growth. We hear the word constantly. More discipline, better habits, a stronger mindset. Books, podcasts, motivational speeches. They all scream the same message. Grind, push, build, hustle. But here's a question few people are bold enough to ask. What if all of it, the entire paradigm of self-improvement, is based on a limited understanding of who and what you actually are? Not wrong necessarily, just incomplete, dangerously incomplete. We've been told that personal transformation is a staircase, one step at a time, linear, slow, effort-driven. But there's a piece missing from that equation, a piece that modern physics has already discovered, and that spiritual traditions whispered about for millennia. It's the strange, uncomfortable, thrilling idea that your future self already exists, not as a fantasy, not as a goal, as a reality, a timeline, a state, one that is just as real, just as now, as the version of you watching this right now. This isn't a metaphor. This is quantum theory. This is entanglement. And here's the kicker. You're still connected. That successful, joyful, empowered version of you. The one that's disciplined, clear, abundant, magnetic. That version isn't out of reach. It's entangled with you. What does that mean? It means your behavior, your thoughts, your decisions, they don't just create who you become. They are signals. Signals that activate, attract, or suppress entire timelines already encoded in your quantum field. You're not building a new you from scratch. You're tuning into one. Let that land. The most powerful growth isn't about stacking more to-do lists. It's about shifting who you are resonating with in the quantum field. So the question is no longer, how do I become better? It's, which version of me am I entangled with right now? This series will shift the way you think, and more importantly, the way you are. Here's what we're doing across the next 50 chapters. We're going to unpack what quantum entanglement really means in the context of personal growth, not as theory, but as usable life-changing application. You'll learn how to identify the entangled versions of yourself that you're currently in sync with, shift resonance and tune into more evolved timelines, use decision-making to collapse wave functions of infinite potential, rescript memories from a quantum framework, reprogram habits, emotions, even physical identity as a field, not as a fixed structure, and ultimately operate not as a self climbing a ladder, but as a being moving through versions of reality, deliberately. By the end of this, you will have a toolkit to stop chasing growth and start collapsing it into your now. You're not here to become something. You're here to remember who you already are in a deeper timeline. And you're going to learn how to reach that version, not in 10 years, but right now. This is the self-improvement hack no one told you about. And it's going to make everything else you've learned feel like a prequel. So let's start where it all begins. In the strange, misunderstood concept that could be the most powerful key to personal evolution in the modern world. Quantum entanglement, the most famous, most feared, and most fascinating idea in physics. And possibly the only concept that explains the strange pull you feel toward something more. You're not chasing the future. You're responding to a call from a version of you that's already living it. And you're entangled with that version right now. So let's get into the idea itself. What it means, what it changes, and how it unlocks an entirely new level of transformation. Let's begin. Quantum entanglement is often introduced as a baffling phenomenon where two particles, once connected, remain linked no matter how far apart they are. Measure the state of one, and the other instantly reflects a correlated state, as if communication is happening faster than light. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. But let's be clear, this isn't science fiction. This is experimentally proven. The universe doesn't separate once connected entities. It sustains their relationship. Distance doesn't matter. Time doesn't matter. Only connection does. Here's where things get revolutionary for your life. If particles can stay entangled through space and time, what else can? Not just atoms, not just photons, but identities, versions of you. It's not a stretch. Quantum systems aren't reserved for labs and chalkboards. They underpin reality itself, and you are part of that. You're not a separate observer of the quantum field. You are a field within a field. You are part of the quantum system. So, let's say there was a moment in your life where you made a decision, a micro-decision that could have gone differently. Maybe you spoke up, or stayed quiet, moved left, swiped right. That moment branched into a different timeline. Quantum mechanics suggests these alternatives aren't erased. They're still real. They still exist. And most importantly, you're still entangled with the versions of you that walked those other paths. The you who started the business. The you who never quit the gym. The you who left the toxic relationship 5 years ago. They're not ghosts. They're quantum possibilities echoing in the field. Now, here's the twist. Entanglement isn't just passive. It's influential. These other versions of you, the ones living the outcomes you desire, they carry a resonance. And your current behaviors, emotions, and decisions either increase or decrease your entanglement with them. It's not about creating a new life. It's about reinforcing your signal with the version of yourself that already lives that life. That's the real function of habits. Not just routines. Not just discipline. But energetic reinforcement of a version of you already thriving in the field. Think of it like a radio dial. Each timeline broadcasts on its own frequency. Every time you act in alignment with a higher timeline, you amplify your connection to it. You start to notice coincidences. Opportunities feel timed too perfectly. Old patterns fall away. And new ones appear, almost without effort. That's the signal getting stronger. But here's the challenge. And it's crucial. Most people are entangled not with their ideal future self, but with their past, their trauma, their failure loops, their doubt. And because those versions are still resonating in the field, they become the gravitational pull behind every self-sabotage cycle. This is why trying harder often makes no difference, because effort alone doesn't change the station. It only amplifies the one you're already tuned into. To shift your reality, you must shift the identity you are reinforcing through thought, feeling, and focus. You must retune your entanglement. This is the point most personal growth methods miss. They work within the timeline you're already locked into. Quantum entanglement invites you to move across timelines, to connect to a different version of you entirely. One that has what you want. One that embodies who you wish you were. And the science, not the metaphor, says you're still connected. Now it's about strengthening that connection until the shift becomes reality. So, now that you understand how entanglement works in theory, let's ask a much bolder question. What if the version of you that already succeeded is trying to pull you toward them right now? What if you're not chasing a future, but responding to an energetic invitation from a you that already got there? Next, we will explore exactly who that version is and how to begin communicating with them. Because entanglement isn't just science. It's a bridge, and you're going to learn how to cross it. Let's get right into it. Quantum entanglement has been called the most mysterious, most challenging, and most revolutionary concept in all of modern physics. It breaks logic. It violates what common sense tells us should be possible. And yet, it's real. Here's what it means. When two particles interact in a certain way, when they become linked through a shared quantum state, they become entangled. From that moment forward, they are no longer truly separate. No matter how far apart they drift in space, their states remain interdependent. Measure one, and the other instantly shifts in correspondence. Not gradually, not with delay, but instantly. There is no messaging system between them. There's no signal traveling from point A to point B. The change happens faster than the speed of light. So fast that Einstein himself called it spooky action at a distance. But this isn't a theory or speculation. Experiments across the world have validated it again and again. Quantum entanglement is real. It breaks the old rules. And it reveals a universe that is not made of separate things, but of relationships. A universe that is fundamentally connected. Now let's zoom out. If particles can remain entangled across vast distances, what does that imply for beings made of particles? For people? For consciousness? For you? That's where the twist comes in. Entanglement isn't just about electrons and photons. You are a quantum system. Your body, your mind, your energy, they exist not in separation, but as a field. And fields entangle. Your experiences, your decisions, your emotions. These aren't just fleeting moments. They create energetic links across timelines. Here's the breakthrough idea. There is a version of you that took a different path. A version that made the choices you're now contemplating. A version that didn't give up or didn't stay stuck or didn't betray itself. That version may feel fictional, but in the quantum field, it exists. And because it exists, you're entangled with it. This is not fantasy. It's physics. The quantum field doesn't erase possibilities, preserves them, and it allows information to be exchanged between states that are still interconnected. So when you feel a strange pull toward a better version of yourself, that's not just motivation. That's not just imagination. That's the field calling you back into sync with a timeline that's still alive. The twist here is this: entanglement isn't just passive. It can be reactivated, strengthened, tuned. Think of yourself as a receiver. At every moment, your thoughts, your focus, your emotional state, they act as tuning forks. And depending on how you think and feel, you begin to align with different versions of yourself. When you think thoughts like, "I'm stuck," "I'm not good enough," "this is hopeless," you amplify entanglement with the version of you that confirms that belief. The longer you remain on that frequency, the more vivid and magnetic that timeline becomes. It grows roots. It becomes your default channel. But when you think and act from a higher frequency, "I'm capable," "this change is possible," "I know there's more," you begin reestablishing resonance with a more evolved self, a version of you that already solved the problem you're stuck in now. It's not about pretending. It's about retuning. This is why some people seem to shift their lives almost overnight. It's not that they worked harder. It's that they shifted entanglement. They started feeding the signal of the life they wanted until it pulled them in like gravity. Now, there's another piece. Once particles are entangled, measuring one affects the other. That's known as the observer effect. And you're not exempt. Every time you observe yourself, your behaviors, your story, your self-image, you collapse your quantum state into a fixed identity. So if you're always observing yourself as someone who fails or someone who's behind or someone who doesn't have what it takes, that becomes the version of you that gets locked in. But you can use this same principle consciously. You can observe the future self instead. You can start watching the version of you that already made it. Not in fantasy, but in specificity. What do they do in the morning? How do they speak? What thoughts do they tolerate? And which ones do they reject immediately? What habits have they made non-negotiable? As you observe that version and keep observing it, you shift your own state. You collapse into a different pattern. You alter your chemistry, your nervous system, your attention, your behavior. You don't become them. You align with them because you were never actually separate. Now here's the challenge. Most people are unknowingly reinforcing entanglement with the worst versions of themselves. Every time they ruminate, complain, doubt, self-sabotage, they reinforce a low vibrational timeline. It's not that they're bad. It's that they don't know how the field works. They think they're being realistic, but really, they're just reinforcing resonance with a version of themselves that isn't free. You're not here to hustle your way out. You're here to retune the signal. You don't shift your life through willpower alone. You shift it by strengthening connection to the version of you that already knows the way. Because that version exists. That's the twist in the nutshell. Quantum entanglement doesn't just connect particles. It connects identities, timelines, possibilities. And when you learn to shift your frequency, you shift the reality that reflects back at you. You've just explored the principle. Next, we will go deeper. You now understand that other versions of you are entangled with your current identity. But which ones exactly? How do you know which version of you is exerting the most influence right now? And what happens when you deliberately connect to the one that already succeeded? That's what we're going to uncover. There's a moment that changes everything, when you realize you're not just one version of yourself. You are many. You're a convergence of choices, intentions, probabilities, and potentials. And every single version of you that could have existed still does. This isn't metaphor. This quantum reality. Now let's take that further. Out of all the versions of you that exist in the field, Which one are you entangled with right now? Because you are always reinforcing a connection, whether you know it or not. So the key becomes awareness, precision, discernment. Start by asking yourself, what feels normal to you right now? What behaviors feel easy, automatic, familiar? What kind of self-talk runs in the background when no one is watching? That's not just your personality. That's the version of you that's active in your field. That's the version you're entangled with. If your daily life is full of indecision, hesitation, and regret, you are resonating with a self that's operating from fear. And that resonance doesn't just influence mood, it alters opportunity, perception, and direction. The good news is this: that connection is not permanent, and it can be replaced. Here's how you know you're entangled with a version of yourself that already succeeded. You start to feel clarity, not in theory but in the body. You feel strange pulls to take action that your current self might not fully understand. You notice synchronicities, moments of eerie timing that feel like clues. You begin having thoughts that feel like they came from somewhere else, somewhere ahead. That's the signal. And when that signal strengthens, your life begins to shift in ways that logic can't explain. But here's the problem. Most people kill the signal before it can take root. They feel that pull. They feel the spark of a new version awakening. And then their old programming kicks in. Doubt floods the field. And just like that, the stronger self fades out of focus. That's why this awareness matters. Once you know that you are already connected to that version, that it's not fiction, you stop brushing it off. You stop calling it unrealistic. You start paying attention. And attention is the amplifier. Let's get technical. Quantum systems are governed by superposition, the idea that particles exist in multiple states until observed. As soon as you observe a state, it collapses into one outcome. That's not just a lab experiment. It's your life. You contain all versions of yourself right now. The failure, the hero, the healer, the genius, the one who broke through, the one who gave up. They're all possible until you lock into one. Your dominant thoughts, emotions, and decisions act as the observation that collapses possibility into lived reality. So if you want to strengthen your connection with the version that already succeeded, you must begin acting as if that version is already here, because in the field it is. This isn't about pretending or performing. It's about alignment, frequency, consistency. Start asking questions that pull you toward that self. How would they respond to this problem? What would they no longer tolerate? What would they do first in the morning? What would they prioritize above all else? Then make micro-decisions in alignment with those answers. Every micro-choice reinforces resonance. Every tiny behavior, every internal shift. It's not small. It's quantum. Each moment becomes a fork, a place to shift or repeat, strengthen or weaken, align or distort. And the more often you choose alignment, even subtly, the stronger the entanglement grows. Eventually, something flips, and what used to feel like effort now feels natural. What used to be a stretch becomes your baseline. That version of you becomes dominant. And the old one, it begins to decay. Because here's the truth. You cannot hold strong entanglement with conflicting versions forever. One will win, and it will always be the one you give the most consistent energy to. So start noticing. Who are you mentally rehearsing to be? What emotions are you normalizing? What assumptions are you validating? They're not just habits. They're signals. And they're selecting which version of you gets to run the show. Next, we will go even deeper. You'll not only identify that powerful future self, but learn to tune into their exact frequency through a practical identity model rooted in quantum mimicry. Because knowing they exist is one thing, becoming them is another, and that's what we'll do next. You've seen the theory. You've accepted the premise. There's a version of you that already succeeded. You're entangled with them. But now the question becomes practical. How do you align with them? This isn't about visualization. This isn't about chanting affirmations in the mirror. This is about developing an identity structure, a quantum-compatible identity, that acts as a bridge between where you are now and where that version of you already lives. To do this, we need to break away from one dangerous assumption, that identity is fixed. You are not a static being. You are a probability field. You are constantly collapsing into versions of yourself, and the more consistently you reinforce a particular version, the more real it becomes. So the process begins with definition. You can't align with a version of yourself that you've never identified. If your image of your future self is vague, symbolic, or abstract, the field doesn't know where to direct your frequency. Clarity is the first activator. To meet your future you, begin with a precise construction. Ask the following: what do they value, and what do they reject without negotiation? How do they speak when they're under pressure? What kind of boundaries do they keep without apology? How do they treat their time? Casually or as a sacred asset? What energy do people feel when they walk into a room? What emotions do they default to, especially in crisis? What's the story they tell themselves on repeat? This isn't philosophy. This is resonance engineering. The answers to these questions create a signature frequency, a combination of behavior, thought, and energy that is specific to one identity. And when you begin to enact those behaviors, even before you feel ready, your current state begins collapsing toward that identity. This is the foundation of the quantum identity framework. You start with alignment, not outcome. You begin being that version of yourself, and as you do, the field reorganizes in response. Now, here's the important distinction. This isn't fake it till you make it. This is signal match. When you act in coherence with the successful version of yourself, you don't pretend to be them. You send a signal that says, "This frequency is now my operating state." And the quantum field, which always reflects the dominant signal, begins to deliver the results, opportunities, ideas, and momentum that belong to that frequency. You stop living from the identity of someone trying to succeed and begin living from the identity of someone who already did and is now experiencing the unfolding. This shift is not about doing more. It's about becoming more precise in what version of yourself you are broadcasting. Let's make this usable. Choose 3 specific traits that define your future identity. Not outcomes, not achievements, traits. Examples: focused, disciplined, magnetic, calm under stress, unapologetically decisive, radiates clarity. Now here's your assignment. Each morning, before checking a phone or speaking a word, rehearse these 3 traits mentally and emotionally. Feel what it would feel like to walk through the day as this version. How would they sit in the chair? How would they respond to that text? How would they prepare for that meeting? Then choose one single action, no matter how small, that reinforces that frequency. One decision, one behavior, one conversation, and repeat this process daily for 21 days. You're not trying to build a habit. You're reinforcing entanglement. You are giving that future version of you more airtime, more energy, more momentum. And what you energize becomes magnetic. Here's something powerful to understand. You do not become your future self by watching content, studying concepts, or waiting for inspiration. You become them by behaving as if you already are in the smallest, clearest ways possible, until your current reality collapses into the one they already live in. The quantum identity framework isn't just a mental model. It's a daily tuning ritual. And once you install it, it becomes impossible to go back to old patterns. Because those patterns no longer match your dominant signal. They feel foreign, heavy, out of sync. And that discomfort is not a problem. It's proof. It means the old version of you is losing entanglement. And the new one is beginning to take over. Now that you have the framework, the signal, the traits, the behavioral reinforcement, there's one more lever we must explore. It's not just who you act like. It's who you observe. Because in the quantum universe, observation doesn't just record reality. It alters it. And that's what we'll explore next. We've established this. You are not a fixed identity. You are a field. And that field responds to frequency. Now we explore the most underestimated power in quantum transformation. The power of observation. In quantum physics, the observer effect describes a strange, yet repeatedly confirmed, phenomenon. When a quantum system is measured or observed, it collapses from a wave of infinite probabilities into a single, definite state. Before observation, it exists in all states at once. After observation, it's one thing, One outcome, one reality. This isn't metaphor. This is the mechanics of reality. Now let's apply it to you. Your identity is not fixed. It's a superposition, a blend of all your potential selves, the confident one, the insecure one, the visionary, the doubter. At every moment, all versions are latent, available, waiting. The one that becomes real is the one you observe most often. And here's the key: observation is not just seeing with eyes. Observation is attention. It is thought. It is emotional rehearsal. It is the internal camera you place on a certain version of yourself. Every time you recall a moment of failure and say, "That's who I am," you collapse into that version. Every time you emotionally rehearse insecurity, you collapse into that identity. Every time you ruminate on a limitation, you are not just thinking. You are observing. And that observation becomes your chosen state. You're not simply reflecting your current reality. You're reinforcing it. But this also means something incredibly empowering. You can begin observing the version of yourself that already succeeded and collapse into them instead. That version already exists in your field. So start watching them, not like a movie, like a mirror. See how they stand. Notice how they respond when plans break down. Watch their self-talk after rejection. Feel how they regulate emotion in chaos. You don't need to fully believe you are that person, not yet. You just need to observe them so consistently and precisely that your system begins collapsing toward their state. This is how change happens at the quantum level. Not from effort, not from struggle, from consistent observation of a new possibility. Let's get practical. Each day, choose one challenge you're currently facing. Then take 5 minutes to mentally observe your future self handling it. With detail, with embodiment, with presence. You're not fantasizing. You're building a neurological and energetic bridge. You are choosing which timeline your body, mind, and energy will follow. And the field responds. Eventually, that version of you begins showing up in micro-moments. A sharper answer in a meeting. A bolder decision in a moment of fear. A deeper calm when things get chaotic. And when you notice these flashes, lock them in. Replay them. Reinforce them. Observe them again. Because whatever you observe most, you become. And yes, this applies to everything. Your relationships, your health, your finances, your sense of purpose. The more often you observe the version of you who's already got it, the more your current self collapses into that lived identity. Now here's a warning. You can't casually observe for a few days and expect full transformation. That's not how quantum systems work. The dominant observation wins. So if 90% of your day is observing doubt, and 10% is visualizing success, guess which reality you collapse into? The field doesn't care what you want. It reflects what you consistently tune into. So the mission becomes this: replace casual, default self-observation with precise, intentional focus. Turn your attention into a sculpting tool. Let it cut away every outdated version of yourself that no longer serves. Start watching your future self like your life depends on it. Because in this field, it does. And when you master this skill, when observation becomes selection, you no longer hope for change. You control it. Now that you understand how observation shapes your identity and trajectory, we shift into application. Next, we will study what it means to collapse the wave, how to use decision as a tool to lock in your chosen timeline with power and precision. Right now, your life, in its current state, is a result of thousands of tiny decisions. Some you made with intention, some you made unconsciously, but all of them acted as observations, and each one collapsed potential into your current reality. In the quantum world, this process is called wave function collapse. Before a decision is made or a particle is measured, it exists in what's called a superposition. Multiple states, multiple timelines, all available, all equally real. But the moment a measurement is made or a choice is committed to, all those possibilities disappear. Only one remains. That's the power of collapse. It's not symbolic. It's not poetic. It's how physical reality emerges. Now apply that to your daily experience. Every time you make a decision, from the trivial to the transformational, you collapse a field of possible versions of your life into one actual version. And that choice doesn't just lead to results. It locks in identity. If you consistently choose to procrastinate, overthink, or escape discomfort, that becomes your collapsed reality. You're not just choosing actions. You're choosing who you are. The reason most people never change isn't because they don't want to. It's because they continue collapsing the same version of themselves through repetitive choices. They observe the same fears. They act on the same impulses. They focus on the same narratives. And the field responds with total precision. Reality reflects those decisions with ruthless accuracy. But here's the part no one talks about. One small but clear decision can be enough to collapse your field into a higher timeline, instantly. You don't have to solve everything. You don't have to wait until it's all figured out. You just have to make a clean collapse into a different direction. That's how you break the loop. Most decisions people make are muddy, hesitant, conflicted, contaminated with doubt, fear, and stories from the past. But the universe doesn't reward effort. It responds to clarity. Clean decisions send a signal into the field that says, "This is the version I'm collapsing into now." And that signal reshapes momentum, fast. Let's look at how this works. Start with the micro. Say you're sitting at your desk, feeling unmotivated. Two possible timelines are present. Timeline A, you scroll, check your phone, distract yourself. Timeline B, you get up, move, reset. Begin the task that matters most. Both are equally real. Both are accessible. But the one you choose collapses your state, emotionally, chemically, behaviorally, into that version of you. This doesn't just apply to habits. It applies to who you are becoming. Each time you act in alignment with your desired self, even when it's inconvenient or unfamiliar, you make that identity more real in the field. You reinforce it. You collapse the wave in their favor. And the results begin to echo back. People notice. Synchronicities appear. Opportunities shift. But the key is not just making decisions, it's making them through a quantum lens. Here's how. Before any major choice, pause and ask, which version of me does this decision reinforce? The reactive self? The unconscious self? The future self I'm calling in? Don't overanalyze. Feel into it. You already know. Then commit. Collapse the wave. And move. Don't wait for certainty. Certainty comes after collapse, not before. The field cannot reflect a version of you that never arrives. Indecision equals superposition. Nothing changes until a collapse is forced. Let's go deeper. The reason decision-making is so powerful isn't just about action. It's about energy. Every time you hesitate or delay, you fragment your energy. You scatter your focus. You send mixed signals to the field. And when the signal is mixed, the result is chaos, inconsistency, plateaus. But when the signal is unified, thought, emotion, and behavior all pointed in one direction, you become a magnet. You collapse outcomes that seem unrealistic to the old you. You accelerate timelines. Here's something that will change the way you view choice. You are always one clean decision away from a quantum jump. The problem is, most people wait for permission. Permission from certainty. Permission from others. Permission from perfect timing. And while they wait, their current identity keeps collapsing into itself, creating more of the same. You don't need permission. You need alignment. When your decision aligns with the frequency of your desired self, you collapse into that version, even before the results appear. Here's a practical tool to amplify this. Each morning, ask yourself, what would collapse look like today? Not what should I do? Not what do I feel like? But what single decision would reinforce the version of me I claim to be entangled with? Then make it before thinking too long, before over-rationalizing, before fear has a chance to distort the signal. This is quantum action. Clean, decisive, non-negotiable. And once you've made that decision, move as if the collapse is complete. Because in the field, it is. What you'll notice over time is this. Life begins to respond to your decisions at the level you make them. If you choose small, hesitant, safe, reality delivers more of the same. If you choose bold, aligned, elevated, the field organizes around it. That's not superstition. That structure, the structure of a participatory universe, one that listens to clarity, not confusion. Now that you understand the collapse, now that you know your choices aren't just reactions but quantum commands, we're ready to shift perspective. Next, we will reveal the network you're entangled with, not just a single future self, but an entire field of possible use. Because your power multiplies when you learn how to pull from many timelines simultaneously. You've already felt it, the strange, nagging sense that you could be living a completely different life, a better one, not hypothetically but right now. It's not just a feeling, it's a signal, a remnant of a truth your body already knows. There are other yous, not in fantasy, not in fiction, but in the field. This is where quantum gets multidimensional. Every time you've made a choice in your life, a fork was created. Turn left or turn right, speak or stay silent, begin or wait, and in quantum terms, both paths continued. Both became real. Each outcome branched into its own timeline. And the version of you that took the road not traveled? They still exist. They're not just memories. They're active nodes in the quantum field, versions of yourself operating in parallel. Each one carries a unique resonance, a unique emotional structure, a unique set of experiences, habits, beliefs, behaviors, and whether you realize it or not, you're still connected to them. This is the hidden network of parallel yous. Right now, you're not entangled with just one identity. You're interacting with a field of versions, some empowered, some stuck, some wild, some wise. Your job is to consciously shift the balance of connection. Let's start with a clear understanding. There's no singular future you. There are many. Each one represents a different potential. And the one that becomes dominant, the one that starts bleeding into your now, is the one you tune into most often. Think of it like a social circle. The more you interact with a certain person, the more their influence begins to rub off. In the same way, the more you rehearse a certain version of yourself, emotionally, mentally, behaviorally, the more that version activates in your life. But what if you could begin borrowing qualities from multiple timelines, deliberately? What if the courage you need today exists in one version, and the creativity you'll need tomorrow lives in another, and the unshakable peace you crave is present in yet another? All of these are accessible. Each timeline is a resource. Each version is a library of traits, memories, and momentum. And the quantum field allows crosstalk between these selves. Here's how it works. You bring your attention to a trait you want to strengthen. Let's say, unshakable confidence. Now ask, not in theory but directly, which version of me already lives in that state every day? Then pause. Allow an image, a memory, or even just a felt sense to arise. It may not be crystal clear, but you'll notice a distinct shift. A version of you comes into view. Presence, pattern, posture. Once accessed, begin borrowing. Feel into that version's energy. Ask, how do they breathe? How do they move? What do they never entertain? Mentally or emotionally? Then mirror that pattern now, not in a meditation, but in movement, in conversation, in choice. You are not imitating. You are entangling. And with enough repetition, your current field shifts to accommodate that frequency. Synaptic patterns rewire, behavior shifts, and the reality around you reorganizes. Here's the beauty: you don't have to rely on one version of yourself to lead the way. You can build a custom composite. The discipline from one timeline, the empathy from another, the drive, the vision, the magnetic presence, each pulled from the yous already living that life. This is multidimensional integration, and it works because the field doesn't care where a frequency comes from. It responds to alignment. You're not limited to your past. You're only limited by your current frequency bandwidth. And now that you're expanding that bandwidth, now that you're consciously syncing with higher selves across timelines, the possibilities compound. You've learned to collapse aversion. Now you're learning to synthesize from many. Next, we will take this even further. You'll learn how to pull actual skills from these alternate timelines, not just energy or traits, but usable intelligence. Because your potential isn't stored in the future. It's stored in the field. Up to now, you've learned that alternate versions of you exist, living out different timelines, shaped by different decisions. You've begun observing and aligning with a future self. You've felt the shift in awareness. You've practiced collapsing the wave. And now, it's time to unlock a more advanced capacity of your quantum identity. You can borrow actual skills from versions of yourself that already have them. And no, this isn't visualization. It's not pretending. It's not some fake it until you make it mantra. It's a precise neurological and energetic technique. And it works. Here's the foundation. Your brain doesn't know the difference between what's imagined in extreme detail and what's experienced in real time. This has been proven through decades of neuroplasticity research. If you rehearse a behavior mentally with enough specificity and emotional depth, your brain wires it into your system as if you've physically practiced it. Now take that principle and combine it with what you now know about quantum entanglement. The version of you who's already mastered public speaking, emotional regulation, deep work, conflict resolution, that version exists. And you're entangled. Right now. What that means is this. You don't have to reinvent every skill through linear repetition. You can begin to access the patterns of those skills from a non-local intelligence. From yourself, in another version. This is quantum learning. Let's walk through how it works. Start with a skill you wish to develop. Something you currently struggle with, but know you'll need to expand your timeline. Let's say it's presence. The ability to stay completely calm and focused in any room, no matter the chaos. Now, close your eyes and tune into this question. Which version of me already lives this way? Wait, don't force it. Let that version rise up in awareness. They may come to you as a posture, a face, an energy, a memory. It doesn't matter how they appear. Trust what emerges. Once they're present in your awareness, observe them. What are they wearing? What room are they in? What's the expression in their eyes? Now go deeper. Watch them handle a challenge, one that normally rattles your current self. Notice their breath, their pacing, their tone of voice. Now ask internally, what are they feeling in their body right now? Let that answer surface. And then here's the key: step into them. Don't watch. Merge. Let their breath become yours. Let their heartbeat become yours. Let their stillness enter your spine. Now you're not observing a skill. You're transmitting it from one version of your system to another. What happens next is subtle, but powerful. Your nervous system begins to map the pattern. You start regulating like that version. Your energy field aligns with theirs. And what used to be foreign becomes familiar. You've just initiated a neurological borrowing from a parallel self. Repeat this process enough times, and the skill becomes yours. Not gradually, not someday, but now. Because it's not coming from nowhere. It's coming from a version of you that already learned it. You're not making it up. You're reintegrating. Here's how to take this practice deeper. Set aside 10 minutes each morning to do what we'll now call a quantum skill transfer. Choose one skill. Locate the version of yourself that has mastered it. Observe that version. Feel into their body. Step into their energy. Breathe as them. And then, before the practice ends, write one line. I now allow this pattern to express through me. Don't overthink the words. Just write it. The brain encodes this more deeply when it's anchored in action. Then, later that day, in a real-life moment, recall the breath of that version. That alone is often enough to shift your response in real time. Now let's answer the question your rational mind might be asking. Isn't this just imagination? No, because your imagination is not limited to fantasy. It's a direct interface with the field. It's the operating system your consciousness uses to render other timelines into focus. That's why when you rehearse something vividly, your heart rate changes. Your blood chemistry shifts. Your brain activates mirror neurons. This is physiology, not wishful thinking. The more vividly and emotionally you experience that future version, the more easily you extract skills, language, presence, timing, and intuition from them. And that changes how you show up in this current life immediately. Here's another layer. You can use this method to accelerate mastery in areas that normally take years. Traditional learning models are built on repetition. Quantum learning models are built on alignment. And when you align with a version of yourself who already passed through the learning curve, the growth curve compresses. It's not a shortcut. It's a synchronization. The field contains all versions of you, and within those versions are stored skill codes, already complete, already active, just waiting to be retrieved. So choose one, right now. What is the skill you've avoided because it felt too advanced, too time-consuming, too impossible? That's your next practice. That's the signal you now begin to strengthen. Next, we will explore how this same process can be used not just for learning new skills, but for changing your entire past by rescripting memories at the quantum level. Because the field isn't just shaped by your future self. It's also still echoing with the frequencies of your past. And those can be rewritten. So far, we've looked forward. You've started syncing with future selves, borrowing their skills, feeling their emotional signatures. But here's something that shifts the entire framework. You're not just entangled with the future. You're still entangled with your past. And unless that connection is brought into coherence, it can distort your signal. Memories aren't static. They aren't perfect replays of events. They are reconstructions, assembled each time you recall them, and vulnerable to reinterpretation every time they surface. This isn't psychology. It's neuroscience. And quantum theory gives it an even deeper implication. When you remember a moment, you don't just replay data. You access an entire emotional frequency, one that still lives in the field. If that memory is traumatic, unresolved, or shame-filled, it acts like a gravitational force pulling you toward timelines that reflect it. This is why people stay stuck in cycles, because the field keeps reinforcing the emotional resonance of a memory that no longer serves their highest path. But here's what changes everything. You can edit those memories. You can rescript them. And when you do, the field responds not just internally but externally. Let's break it down. Start by identifying a memory that still haunts your self-image. Not necessarily the most painful one, just one that feels unresolved. A moment of failure, rejection, embarrassment, powerlessness. Hold that memory in awareness. Then ask yourself, what version of me is frozen in this memory? What beliefs did they absorb? What stories did they conclude about themselves? This is crucial, because that version is often still active, still influencing behavior, decisions, and expectations. Now here's where the rescripting begins. Step into the role of your current self, or better yet, your future self, and re-enter the scene. Visualize it clearly. Walk into the room. Find that younger you. Watch what they're experiencing. Then do something radically different. Interrupt the moment. Speak into it. Offer context. Offer protection. Offer the truth that younger version never had access to. You're not lying to yourself. You're upgrading the frequency. You're collapsing the narrative into a version that empowers, not imprisons. Now rewrite the memory entirely. Yes, rewrite it. Change what was said. Change how it ended. Infuse it with a new meaning, one that supports your highest timeline. Once you've rewritten it, feel it. Let your body respond as if it's real. Let your nervous system begin rewiring in response to that new version. And here's the thing, it will. Because the brain doesn't care about objective truth. It cares about dominant frequency. And the more you reinforce the new memory, the more the emotional residue of the old one fades. You've just performed what we now call the Mandela memory hack, a quantum edit of your personal history, one that changes how your field responds in the present. This isn't erasure, it's integration. It's reclaiming energy that's been trapped in distortion. Most people are operating from a field contaminated by dozens of unhealed memory echoes. These echoes distort intuition, self-worth, and resonance. But they're optional and editable. Here's how to build a daily practice around this. Choose one memory each day for 7 days. Locate the emotional residue. Identify the false belief it implanted. Send your current or future self into that memory. Rescript the scene with new actions, new dialogue, new emotion. And end with this phrase, "This version is now dominant in my field." Say it with finality. Say it like you mean it. Because once declared and reinforced, the field listens. It updates. And you're no longer carrying that low-frequency entanglement forward. You don't change your past by ignoring it. You change it by reclaiming authorship. By remembering who you were before the distortion was installed. The real you has always been in the field. Now you're letting them back into the story. Next, we'll take this idea even further and show you how to speak directly with other versions of yourself through a simple, repeatable technique. Because once you start dialoguing with your parallel selves, self-transformation becomes a conversation, not a battle. You've accessed the idea. You've felt the shifts. You've borrowed skills. You've rewritten memories. But now it's time to open a dialogue. A real, structured, usable dialogue between your current self and your other selves. Because once you begin communicating across timelines, everything accelerates. This isn't journaling in the traditional sense. It's not reflective. It's not therapeutic venting. This is quantum journaling, a technique designed to establish conscious contact with parallel versions of yourself. You've learned that you are a field, not a fixed person, that you're entangled with a network of identities, each carrying its own energy, story, and intelligence. And now it's time to ask questions. Because when you ask, you will receive not metaphorically but neurologically, emotionally, energetically. Let's set the foundation. You are made of attention. Where your attention goes, your energy follows. When you focus long enough on a particular frequency, a version of you that exists within the field, you tune in. And once tuned in, a kind of intra-consciousness dialogue becomes possible. That's what this method activates. Not fantasy, not channeling, not scripting affirmations. This is structured, intentional communication across your own timelines. Here's how to begin. Start by choosing which version of you you wish to connect with. There are 4 common ones people work with. Future you, the one who already lives the timeline you desire. Past you, the one stuck in a frozen emotional pattern. Shadow you, the version you've suppressed or rejected. Infinite you, the timeless, wisdom-filled self beyond identity. Choose one for the day. Then, begin a journal page with a single phrase. I am opening a conversation with, and then state who you're calling in. For example, I am opening a conversation with the version of me who already built the life I keep visualizing. Now write your first question. Be specific. Be honest. Ask what you truly want to know. Here are examples. How did you make decisions when you felt unsure? What habits did you drop without regret? What belief were you holding that changed everything? What did you stop caring about? Who did you let go of and why? How did you become this version of you? Now pause. Close your eyes. Take 3 slow breaths. And write whatever comes next as if they're speaking. Don't try to make it sound profound. Just let the flow happen. Let the other voice come through. This is not fiction. It's resonance. You are tuning your mind to a version of you that already exists. And that version has access to patterns, insight, and perspective that your current identity may not. When you receive answers, they might come in fragments. That's okay. Keep writing. Let it evolve. Here's what happens neurologically. Your brain begins firing in new associative patterns, different from your usual inner monologue. You're temporarily stepping out of your current identity and letting another one speak through your hand. And with repetition, this practice builds trust. Accuracy improves. Guidance becomes sharper. Over time, you'll begin noticing something powerful. You're no longer pretending to be that future self. You're becoming them because they're no longer distant. They're present and familiar. Now add a layer. Begin writing back to them. Have a 2-way conversation. Start with, thank you. I hear you. But here's what I'm still struggling with. Write like you're emailing your higher self. Let the tone be honest, raw, human, and then receive the reply. You may be stunned by the clarity that comes through. That's not imagination. That's access. You're tapping into non-local awareness, the same field that allows ideas to appear in dreams, solutions to emerge in silence, and creative insight to flash without warning. You're learning to use the quantum field on purpose. Here's how to integrate quantum journaling as a daily practice. Choose one version of yourself to contact. Begin the journal entry with an invitation to communicate. Ask 1 to 3 deep questions. Write the responses freely without judgment. Add closing reflections, insights, or action steps that arise. Sign the entry, not with your name, but with your chosen frequency, e.g., Signed, the version of me who no longer waits. Why the signature? Because it reinforces identity. It sends a closing signal to the field. This is who I'm aligning with. This is who I am choosing to activate. Now, what happens when this practice becomes second nature? Here's what changes. You stop asking the external world for validation. You start developing inner accuracy, knowing your own truth. You make decisions faster with fewer cycles of overthinking. You feel supported not by fantasy, but by a multidimensional network of intelligence that belongs to you. And most importantly, you begin stabilizing in higher timelines, because your attention is no longer scattered. It's focused, deliberate, tuned. Quantum journaling is your daily interface with the field. It's where your inner and outer worlds begin to align. It's where resistance gets transmuted into wisdom. Next, we're going to make this even more tangible, because once you've accessed a new identity, borrowed skills, rewritten memory, and open dialogue, it's time to embed the shift in your habits. And that's exactly what comes next. Let's pause and take inventory. You've observed your future self. You've collapsed timelines. You've extracted skill sets. You've spoken directly with alternate versions of you. But if none of this translates into real-world behavior, it fades. Quickly. The field does not sustain what is not repeated. Frequency determines dominance. And frequency is shaped through habit. Now we build the bridge between your quantum identity and your physical reality. You've been taught that habits are about discipline, triggers, repetition, rewards. And yes, that system works for a while. But from a quantum lens, it's incomplete. Because most habits are built to reinforce the current self, not to activate the next one. They loop you into the same identity through mechanical repetition. But quantum change doesn't start with repetition. It starts with resonance. So let's flip the model. Instead of, what habits should I build? Ask, what identity am I reinforcing? That's the shift. That's where your power begins. Let's break it down. There are 3 types of habits from a quantum identity framework. Signal habits. These habits aren't about productivity. They're about signaling to the field which version of you you're committed to. Example, making your bed with presence. Not because it's a rule, but because your future self does it, and it's a signal of energetic clarity. Stabilizer habits. These ground the nervous system in the new timeline. They reduce entropy. They create structure for the new frequency to express through. Example, 10 minutes of breath work at the same time each day, not for stress relief, but for coherence. Amplifier habits. These increase momentum in the new identity. They stretch your edges. They generate new data for the field to reflect. Example, posting content publicly even when you feel resistance, because the magnetic version of you already does. You are no longer creating habits just to improve. You're using habits as tools to reinforce resonance. Each one is a vote cast in favor of the version of you you want the field to recognize as dominant. This is why tiny habits matter. Because the field doesn't calculate size. It responds to frequency, alignment, and repetition. Let's build this into your routine. Start by defining your current identity in 3 words. Then define your future self in 3 different words. Now look at your existing habits. Which version of you are they reinforcing? If your future self is confident, organized, magnetic, but your habits are scroll, overthink, avoid, the signal is scrambled. The resonance is distorted. No wonder timelines are stuck. Now choose one habit to change, but not just for function. Choose one that embodies a trait of your future self. Then install it through the following process. Anchor it to a clear intention, e.g., this habit reinforces the version of me who speaks with clarity. Tie it to a time or trigger in your day. Perform it with full presence, no autopilot. End it with a declaration, e.g., that's how I move now. Why the declaration? Because language collapses probability. When spoken with conviction, it acts as an observer effect, collapsing identity into form. This is how quantum habits differ. They aren't about doing more. They're about being more intentionally, until that new identity is so embedded in your field, it becomes automatic. Now let's address resistance. When you shift identity, the old version doesn't disappear silently. It fights for airtime. It resurfaces in the form of self-sabotage, procrastination, fatigue, doubt. Don't fight it. Observe it. Recognize it as a fading frequency, a dying signal, and then choose, reinforce it or replace it. Collapse the old version again, or signal the new one more powerfully. It's not about perfection. It's about dominance of signal over time. The field is listening to every act, every breath, every thought wrapped in repetition. And when those align with your chosen identity, the timeline stabilizes. Synchronicities accelerate. People begin responding to you as if you've already changed because you have. Identity-based habit shifting is the ultimate proof that you are the creator of your experience. Not through control, but through tuning. Now that your habits are aligned with your future identity, there's a new layer of expansion available. We're no longer just reinforcing who you're becoming. Next, we'll bend time itself. By learning how to make your days feel longer, sharper, and more fluid through quantum rhythm. So far, you've built the foundation of identity-aligned habits. You've learned how those daily choices reinforce entanglement with a higher version of yourself. But now it's time to push further, because there's a hidden dimension to habit building that most frameworks ignore. That dimension is time. More specifically, your experience of time. Have you ever noticed that when you're fully aligned with your desired self, present, focused, flowing, time seems to stretch? Moments feel fuller, days feel richer, and progress seems to accelerate effortlessly. Now contrast that with low-vibration timelines. The days feel heavy. Hours disappear in distraction. You check the clock and wonder where the day went. Here's the quantum truth. Your relationship to time is shaped by the version of you you're entangled with. And you can change that relationship through what we now introduce as the quantum habit stack. This is not your standard habit loop. This is a curated sequence of identity-reinforcing rituals, strategically timed to manipulate perceived time flow and energetic alignment. Let's first understand the principle. In classical time, every hour is 60 minutes. But in experienced time, minutes are relative. They expand or contract depending on presence, coherence, and frequency. So, when you start your day with alignment, from the first breath, the first decision, the first emotion, you set the tone for a time signature that aligns with acceleration. Not busyness, not rush, but quantum compression. The quantum habit stack is your tool to do exactly that. Here's how it works. You choose a sequence of 5 microhabits, each one lasting 2 to 5 minutes. Each habit must reinforce a specific trait of your future self. Each one must be performed in deliberate order, not randomly. Why? Because stacked resonance builds momentum, and momentum bends time. Let's build one. Say your future self is calm under pressure, intuitive, magnetically focused, expressive, energetically clear. Your stack might look like this. Coherence breathwork, 2 minutes. Aligns nervous system with calm, stable frequency. Eyes closed standing still, 3 minutes. Activates internal attention and deep intuitive awareness. Spoken affirmation aloud, 2 minutes. Signals magnetic confidence into your physical voice field. Write one insight or intention, 2 minutes. Activates your expressive identity and decision clarity. Movement pattern, 5 minutes. Light physical action or flow that integrates the above states into your soma. Each piece is minimal, but when stacked, the result is potent. You feel time expand, focus sharpens, noise fades, the day becomes elastic. Why? Because you've synchronized multiple layers of your system, breath, attention, voice, thought, body, into one coherent timeline. And coherence in the quantum field translates into temporal efficiency. Said differently, when your signal is aligned, reality speeds up response. The lag between intention and outcome compresses. And this is where the illusion of luck begins showing up. Now let's be clear, this isn't magic. This is quantum sequencing. A high-frequency signal sent at the start of your day will echo across every interaction, decision, and focus pattern you engage with. It acts like a master switch, Flip it on, and the rest of the timeline recalibrates. Here's how to personalize your quantum habit stack. Step 1. Choose 3 traits from your future self blueprint. Not external achievements, internal expressions. Examples: grace under pressure, strategic clarity, unshakable self-worth, radiant health, electric communication. Step 2. Choose 5 microactions that represent these traits. They must be simple, repeatable, and scalable. Some possibilities: 5 deep nasal breaths, cold water on face with intention, standing still for 2 minutes in silence, speaking 1 power statement into a mirror. Short journal question: how would future me handle this day? 1 yoga posture held with breath, tapping heart center while stating new belief, reading 1 page aloud from a transformational text. Step 3. Sequence them deliberately. Anchor the order. Repeat it every morning, no exceptions. If you miss the full stack, do a compressed version. But never allow the day to begin without signal calibration. This is not discipline. This is timeline coding. Every time you complete the stack, say this phrase: this frequency governs my field now. Say it without emotion if you must. Say it until you mean it, because repetition equals entanglement. Here's what you'll notice within 1 week. Increased synchronicities. Decision fatigue reduced. New conversations or messages that feel perfectly timed. Emotional resilience under pressure. Time slows down during work blocks. Sleep feels deeper. Conversations flow more easily. Old behaviors feel less tempting or even strange. Why? Because you're no longer operating from the default version of you. You've overridden that signal daily with a structured broadcast from your chosen identity. Now, a warning: the stack only works if done consciously. Autopilot destroys coherence. Going through the motions sends a mixed signal, and the field reflects that inconsistency. So the rule is simple: every part of the stack must be done with presence. Even 90 seconds of full presence carries more quantum weight than 20 minutes of distraction. What if your life is chaotic? What if you don't have time? All the more reason to use this, because chaos is not cured by productivity. It's cured by signal. Even 5 minutes of tuned identity at the start of your day can flip your timeline. This is not a theory. It's a daily experiment with observable results. When you control your frequency, you bend time. When you bend time, you collapse growth into days that used to take years. And that right there is the true power of the quantum habit stack. Now, you've built new rituals. You've created rhythm. But some parts of you might still be stuck. Not because of laziness, but because of attachments to past versions of yourself. These are not just habits. They're entanglements. And next, you'll learn how to sever them completely. Addiction is one of the most misunderstood forces in personal transformation. It's often reduced to behavior: scrolling too much, overeating, procrastinating, drinking, checking messages, chasing validation. But behavior is only the symptom, not the root. At the quantum level, addiction is not just chemical. It's relational. It's an energetic entanglement with a version of yourself that thrives on dysfunction. Let that land. You're not addicted to the action. You're addicted to the identity that action keeps alive. Every time you reach for that impulse, again, you're not just repeating. You're reinforcing. You're telling the field, this is who I still am. And the field, obedient as always, mirrors it back. Here's the breakthrough. Addiction is an entangled feedback loop with a lower timeline. It's a closed circuit. And the only way out is not through resistance, but through severance. Now we bring in quantum cord cutting. This isn't a ritual or visualization. This is a conscious identity detachment protocol, designed to break energetic loyalty to the version of you that keeps the addiction alive. Let's walk through it. Step 1. Name the identity that holds the addiction. It's not you. It's a version, pattern, a collapsed self that got entangled at a moment of trauma, fear, stress, or emotional void. Ask, who is the version of me that keeps doing this? What age do they feel like? What emotion do they carry before and after the act? Get specific. Don't name the behavior, name the identity. Example: The avoider. The one who escapes silence. The one who fears being seen. The one who doesn't believe they can handle discomfort. Step 2. Trace the cord. Every entangled identity has a cord. It connects to a moment in your life when that pattern became necessary. Not desirable, necessary. It served you, shielded you, protected you at a cost. So now honor it. Say internally, I see the version of me you've kept alive. I honor the role you played. I no longer need it. The signal ends here. Feel that. Then place your hand on your body, heart, chest, or stomach, wherever you feel the cord. Step 3. Perform the severance. Breathe in deeply. Visualize or feel a thread, a literal cord, coming from that version into you. On the exhale, state aloud, I now dissolve the energetic contract that keeps this identity alive. And then stay still. Breathe again. Don't rush. Wait for the shift. It may feel like grief. It may feel like relief. Both are valid. You are grieving a self that helped you survive but cannot help you ascend. Step 4. Replace the cord. Nature abhors a vacuum. Energy will rush to fill empty space. So don't just cut the cord, install a new signal. Ask, which identity is now becoming dominant in my field? Choose one trait, not a full character, just a trait. Example, resilient, clear, focused, powerful, unattached. Now state it aloud. I now bond with the version of me who is trait. And move immediately. Stand, walk, stretch, speak. Why? Because motion anchors identity. The field reads movement as commitment. Repeat this process every day for 14 days. Yes, the same process. Why? Because the old cord has been reinforced thousands of times. One severance isn't enough. You need consistency to let the field know the pattern is no longer authorized to run. This is how you rewire behavior without resistance. This is how you break cycles without shame. You're not fixing yourself. You're deactivating aversion. You're shifting entanglement with clarity, choice, and frequency. And in doing so, you reclaim the energy that addiction was hoarding. Because that's the secret. Addiction is not stealing your time. It's leaking your signal. It keeps you tuned into a frequency that blocks synchronicity, intuition, love, and creative clarity. Sever the cord and watch your life respond. Next, we'll challenge another core belief of traditional growth. We'll explore why effort, struggle, and pushing harder might be slowing down your transformation, and why ease, not pressure, is the true engine of quantum leaps. Here's the paradox almost no one sees coming. The harder you try to shift, the more you might be reinforcing the version of you that hasn't shifted yet. Let that sink in. Effort, obsession, overworking, force, they often signal one core belief to the quantum field. I am not yet enough. And the field listens. It reflects that signal with cold precision. We've been conditioned to believe that the more pressure we apply, the faster change occurs. But the field doesn't operate like that. It doesn't respond to pressure. It responds to clarity, alignment, and resonance. That's why the most profound shifts often happen when you stop trying so hard. When you stop straining, forcing, obsessing, fixing, and instead begin inhabiting. Let's reframe this completely. Effort is not the path. Embodiment is. You've already done the hard work. You've collapsed timelines. You've initiated identity rituals. You've cut cords to the past. Now it's time to understand one of the most misunderstood truths in quantum evolution. Leaps are not built. They're permitted. Let's unpack that. Every time you push toward transformation with force, there's an implicit assumption. I am still distant from the outcome. That creates resistance in the field. The more distance you perceive, the more the field reflects that distance back. This doesn't mean you stop taking action. It means you stop taking action from the identity of someone trying to transform. Instead, you move from the identity of someone who already is transformed and is simply executing what's natural to that state. This is what we call action from resonance. And it's fundamentally different from action from effort. Here's what it looks like. Let's say you've been trying to attract a different level of opportunity. More aligned clients, a deeper relationship, Higher visibility. You strategize, you optimize, you hustle, but nothing lands. You're doing all the right things from the wrong state. You're operating as someone reaching for the frequency, not from it. Now imagine instead you shift into the identity that already receives those outcomes. You sit still. You feel into the self who isn't chasing anymore. You inhabit that timeline like it's real. Then you take one clean action. You write the message. You record the video. You walk into the room, not to prove anything, but to express what's already true in your field. That's when the timeline collapses. Why? Because the field doesn't need you to struggle. It needs you to match. And matching happens through emotional frequency, not brute force. Let's clarify this further. Effort-based action says, I don't have this yet. I must grind until I do. Resonance-based action says, this is already part of who I am, and I'm expressing it through behavior. These two modes look similar on the surface, but their results are night and day. Effort creates temporary gains that often collapse under stress. Resonance creates permanent shifts that feel almost effortless. Here's how to implement this shift right now. Step 1. Reclaim the signal. Stop for 60 seconds. Close your eyes. Scan your body. Ask, what part of me is trying too hard to become? Then breathe and let go. Drop into the state of already being. Say internally, I no longer reach for alignment. I return to it. Step 2. Identify the action that feels obvious. From this state, ask, if I already were that version of me, what would feel obvious to do next? Then do that, nothing else. Just the next obvious move. The one that carries no emotional debt. The one that doesn't taste like striving. That action becomes the proof to your system that the shift is real. It becomes the anchor. Step 3. Allow, don't chase. Now observe. Don't run after results. Let the field deliver from the new frequency. Your job isn't to control timing. It's to maintain alignment. That's how you make a quantum leap. Not by increasing intensity, but by removing resistance. Your future self isn't more exhausted. They're more precise. They don't chase. They attract because their signal is undistorted. This is the leap from becoming to being, from forcing to allowing, from trying to transmitting. You've earned this moment. Now, what if you could initiate this shift on demand within 2 hours? That's where we're going next. You've shifted gradually. You've aligned energetically. You've made daily micromoves. But now, the field is ready for a concentrated collapse. Sometimes you need more than a slow build. You need an event. A moment that marks the old version as complete and installs the new one with such clarity that everything recalibrates instantly. This is that moment. The 2-hour identity shift ritual is a structured process designed to embed a new identity into your system, fast, clean, and irrevocably. Here's the principle. When multiple modalities are aligned, movement, language, breath, attention, emotion, the signal becomes undeniable. The field responds in real time, and your current self rewires into a new pattern at the identity level. Let's break the ritual into 5 calibrated phases. Each one builds on the last. Don't skip. Don't rearrange. This is not a morning routine. This is a field reset. Phase 1. Collapse the old, 25 minutes. You start by deactivating the dominant version of you that has kept the previous identity in place. Sit in silence. Set a timer for 10 minutes. Ask yourself out loud, which version of me has been running this show? What emotions do they live in? What story keeps them alive? Write the answers by hand. Then speak aloud. I thank this version. I release their job. I now assume control. Burn or tear the paper. Symbolism matters here because the field reads gestures. You've now created space. Phase 2. Activate the new, 30 minutes. Now define the identity you're installing. Use these 5 anchors, 3 traits, e.g., decisive, magnetic, fearless. 1 sentence they live by, 1 image they represent, 1 emotion they feel most often, 3 behaviors they express daily. Once defined, speak it out loud. No whispering, Say it like a contract. Then move. Stand up. Walk. Let your body express those traits. Embodiment is the activator. Phase 3. Signal through breath. 15 minutes. Sit back down. Begin breath work. Inhale 4 seconds. Hold 4 seconds. Exhale 6 seconds. Repeat for 15 minutes. This breath pattern regulates your nervous system into coherence. Your brain begins syncing with the new emotional signature. You move from mental clarity to cellular agreement. At the end, say, "This breath belongs to the new me." Phase 4. Anchor with action, 30 minutes. Take a bold, immediate action from your new state. Examples: send the message your old self feared. Delete something that contradicts your new identity. Apply, enroll, speak, record, but do it now. Why? Because action completes the circuit. Without action, the identity is theoretical. With action, it becomes active code in the field. Even if it's uncomfortable, do it. Especially then. Phase 5. Seal the ritual, 20 minutes. Return to stillness. Journal one final prompt. What does my life now reflect back to me as this version? Write freely. See the timeline. Feel it locking in. Then say aloud, "The shift is sealed. The signal is set. The feedback loop is live." End with silence. Sit. Don't rush. Let the shift land in your system. You've now completed the most condensed, high-impact identity rewire protocol in the quantum toolkit. What happens next? Everything starts moving faster. You'll notice reality responding without force. People behave differently around you. Ideas come faster. Your voice changes. Old cravings weaken. New habits emerge with less resistance. Because you didn't just change your thoughts. You changed your field. And the field never forgets a clean signal. You can return to this ritual anytime. Before a big launch. After a breakup. In moments of plateau. During life reinventions. Whenever the next level version feels ready to arrive. This is how you collapse timelines. Fast. With focus. With intention. With embodiment. Next, you'll learn how to apply the same speed-based shift to your body, because transformation isn't complete unless your biology is tuned to your new frequency. And yes, your cells are listening. You've shifted your field. You've realigned your mind. You've activated new timelines. But if your body is still carrying the signals of your old identity, your transformation will always feel incomplete. Because change isn't just cognitive. It's cellular. There's a quiet revolution happening inside your body. One that has everything to do with entanglement, resonance, and frequency. And the science is already pointing to this truth. Your cells are listening to your thoughts. But not just thoughts. They respond to intention, emotion, focus, belief. Every moment, your biology is absorbing a signal from you. And it's not passive. It's interactive. The body is not a machine. It's a field of fields, and those fields are constantly being tuned by your dominant identity. Let's look at the biology. Your cells communicate through signals, chemical, electrical, vibrational. They respond to hormones like cortisol and oxytocin, but also to electromagnetic fields generated by your heart, your brain, and even your gut. When you think a thought, your brain emits an electrical pattern. Your heart produces a magnetic field that is measurable several feet outside your body. And together, this internal broadcast acts like an invisible instruction manual. The instruction: build me in the image of the identity I'm thinking from. Not the identity you wish for, the one you actually live in. So if your dominant internal broadcast is, "I'm overwhelmed, I'm broken, I'm not safe, I'm stuck," then your cells respond accordingly. They upregulate stress markers. They downregulate repair functions. They suppress immune response. They shrink neurological flexibility. Why? Because you told them to. Not with words, with frequency. Now let's flip the signal. When your internal field says, "I am clear. I am in motion. I'm allowed to expand. I live from resonance, not reaction," your body receives that. It adapts. It begins building internal chemistry around a new energetic signature. Your mitochondria upshift. Inflammation reduces. neuroplasticity reactivates. You're not just thinking differently. You're building a different version of you molecule by molecule. This is quantum biology, and it changes the rules. You are no longer a victim of your body's past. You are the transmitter of its future. Let's put this into practice. Step 1 is awareness. Each time you speak or think about your body, ask, what command am I giving my cells right now? That casual, I feel drained, becomes a cellular directive. That whispered, I can't focus today, becomes a neurological instruction. That repeated, I don't like my body, becomes an energetic wound. This isn't about toxic positivity. It's about precision of input. If your cells are receivers, you better be intentional about the program you're broadcasting. Now let's integrate this through a powerful method. Quantum embodiment statements, spoken commands that embed a frequency into the cellular field. Here's the formula. Choose a trait of your future identity, e.g., vibrant, powerful, still, expansive. Pair it with a felt sensation in your body. Speak it while breathing into that sensation. Example, trait, expansive. Sensation, chest openness. Statement, my cells expand with clarity and charge. This body is safe for expansion. Why it works, you're aligning thought, breath, emotion, and physiology into a single coherent broadcast. And coherence equals signal strength. Repeat this daily, in front of a mirror, or eyes closed. Do not whisper. Speak like the signal matters because it does. Over time, here's what you'll notice. More consistent energy, faster recovery from physical stress, reduced symptoms from chronic patterns, stronger mind-body connection, decreased sensitivity to environmental chaos, emotional stability that begins in the body, not just the mind. Because here's the hidden truth. Most people can't access their future self not because of mindset, but because their body is still entrained to the past. Old chemistry, old inflammation, old trauma loops that haven't been instructed to end. You are the only one who can override that pattern. Not by force, not by shame, but through clear, repeated communication with your biological field. Let's add one more layer. Begin assigning your body a purpose phrase each day. Wake up and say, body, today you are the vessel for clarity. Body, today you transmit power into every room. Body, today you are the anchor of joy and momentum. It may feel strange at first. That's good. Strange means new. New means you're accessing timelines your nervous system hasn't normalized yet. Normalize it, because the fastest way to change your external world is to first change the way your cells interpret who you are. You've now learned how to feed your body a different instruction set. But what if some of your moods, impulses, and thought patterns aren't even yours? Next, you'll discover why your energy is sometimes hijacked, and how to sever emotional entanglements that don't belong in your field. You wake up feeling anxious. Nothing's happened. No trigger. No external problem. But the tension is there. Or maybe you feel a sudden wave of sadness. Sharp, strange, and unexplainable. Your thoughts try to catch up, to create meaning, but none of them stick. Here's the possibility most people never consider. What you're feeling may not be yours. This isn't abstract. It's entanglement. Every version of you that has ever existed, and every person you've been deeply connected to carries a frequency signature. And those signatures, when unsevered, can continue to bleed into your current emotional state. This is the energetic equivalent of emotional ghosting. Echoes of past identities and relationships haunting your now. Let's go deeper. Each time you form a deep emotional connection to a person, place, or phase of life, you create what we call an emotional cord. These cords are not visible. They're vibrational, but they are very real. They link you to the emotional tone of that connection, even long after it ends. So if you had a period of life defined by fear, trauma, or constant conflict, and you haven't closed that frequency thread, you're likely still entangled with that emotional bandwidth. The result? You feel feelings that don't match your current life. You carry emotional weight that doesn't belong. You operate from a field that's polluted by echoes. Let's ground this into your experience. Ask yourself, do I often feel emotions that don't match my circumstances? Do I experience energetic drops after interacting with certain people? Do I feel heaviness in the mornings, even after sleep? Do certain thoughts repeat, even though they no longer apply to my life? If yes, you're likely emotionally entangled. The solution is not suppression, not resistance. It's energetic disconnection, done with precision, care, and sovereignty. Let's break this into a method you can use today. The Emotional Cord Audit, ECA. Step 1. Identify residual emotions. List any feelings you experience regularly that don't seem tied to your present. Examples: guilt, shame, dread, fear, urgency. Step 2. Trace the thread. Ask, where did this emotion become normal for me? Let a person, place, or memory arise. Trust what surfaces first. Step 3. Acknowledge the link. Speak it out loud. I acknowledge this emotional thread. I recognize its origin. I no longer require it to stay attached. Step 4. Close the channel. Now visualize that connection as a line, chord, or frequency thread. Breathe deeply. With each exhale, say, this channel is now closed. My field is sovereign. Repeat this breath and statement cycle 5 times. Step 5. Replace the tone. Feel into the version of you who's free from that emotion. What do they feel as their default? Peace? Drive? Openness? Begin breathing that in. Speak it. This frequency is now primary in my emotional field. This process clears interference. And that clearance is not subtle, it's structural. Once performed, you'll notice emotional clarity, sudden inner stillness, less need to justify your moods, sharper intuition, quicker decision-making, reduced sensitivity to others' chaos. Because your field is no longer a sponge. It becomes a signal tower. Here's what no one teaches. Many of your worst moods are memories being relived in your body through emotional entanglement. They are not signs that something is wrong. They are signs that something is still open. Your job is not to heal every emotion. Your job is to decide which emotions still belong in your field. And here's the quantum truth. You get to choose. You always have. You're not obligated to carry grief from 5 years ago. You're not required to feel the echoes of someone else's fear. You're not responsible for ancestral patterns unless you choose to keep broadcasting them. Sovereignty means, only my current resonance belongs in this body. Everything else is a distortion. Now that you've reclaimed emotional clarity, next you'll learn how to use breath not just to manage stress, but to program your reality with surgical control. Because the field doesn't just hear your words, it feels your rhythm, and you're about to master the most primal rhythm of all. You've reclaimed emotional sovereignty. You've cut the lingering threads, but there's a deeper imprint still affecting your resonance. One that doesn't always speak in words or thoughts. It speaks through silence, through shutdown, through strange reactions you can't always explain. This is trauma, and you're not broken. You're out of coherence. The field of your being, your energetic system, is meant to operate in a smooth, unified rhythm. Your mind, emotions, breath, memory, and cellular patterns all synced. That's coherence. And in that state, clarity flows, power flows, healing becomes automatic. But when trauma enters the field, especially unprocessed trauma, the rhythm breaks. A piece of you freezes at the moment of overwhelm. Not mentally, energetically, emotionally. Even if your life moves forward, part of your field stays behind. And that frozen frequency distorts everything. Your identity, your mood, your memory, your intuition. It's like a static-filled radio signal trying to play music. The potential is there, but it can't come through clean. This is where quantum recoherence begins. It's not about reliving the pain. It's not about breaking down. It's about restoring rhythm to the field that trauma fractured. Let's understand how this works. When a traumatic event occurs, especially when it overwhelms your capacity to process it in real time, your nervous system does something miraculous. It splits, protects, It freezes a fragment of your energetic pattern, keeping it safe in isolation, away from your core system. This is not dysfunction. It's design. But over time, that frozen pattern becomes disconnected from the rest of your identity. You grow. You evolve. You build a life. But that piece doesn't update. It remains locked in the emotional age and frequency of the trauma. It doesn't understand who you've become. And it leaks incoherence into your present. Quantum recoherence isn't about fixing this part. It's about reintegrating it, updating it, and bringing it back into current frequency. Here's how we do it. Phase 1. Locate the freeze. Sit quietly. Ask this simple question. What part of me hasn't caught up to the person I've become? Feel into your body. There will be a place, chest, throat, gut, shoulders, where energy pulls tight. That's where the freeze lives. Now ask, how old is the energy in this spot? Let a number appear. You're now locating the version of you that fractured. Breathe into that spot. Don't fix. Just breathe. Say silently, you are seen. You are still part of this field. I'm ready to update you now. This begins the recoherence process. Phase 2. Reintroduce the pattern. Now imagine this younger, frozen version of yourself standing in front of you. Not as a child or victim, as a signal. A part of your frequency map that's been offline. Speak aloud. You are not being erased. You are being upgraded. Then share with them who you are now. Tell them what you've learned, what you've survived, what you've become. Tell them what's available now that wasn't then. This isn't therapy. This is energetic data transfer. You are broadcasting a new timeline into a frozen pattern. And the pattern begins to thaw. Phase 3. Breathe and integrate. Now place your hand where the freeze lives. Breathe deeply. Inhale, 4 seconds. Exhale, 8 seconds. Do this for 3 full minutes. No thoughts, just presence. Feel the frozen energy begin to pulse again. Not violently, gently. You're restoring circulation to a part of your energetic field that was locked away. Once the pulse stabilizes, say, I am now whole at this frequency. This rhythm is complete. Let it land. Let it settle. Do not rush this part. The field updates in stillness. Phase 4. Move from the new rhythm. After integration, move your body. Not randomly, consciously. Let the restored rhythm flow through your arms, your spine, your neck. No need for choreography, just movement. You're teaching the body to express wholeness again, to let the field expand in real time. This closes the loop. You may cry. You may feel nothing. You may laugh. You may feel dizzy. All responses are valid. What matters is this. You've restored coherence. You've reintegrated a frozen timeline. You've ended the broadcast of distortion. And your field is now stronger. Stronger in a way most people never access because they never look behind the walls trauma left behind. But you did. Now your resonance carries less noise. And that means more clarity, more accuracy, more alignment. Next, you'll learn how to lock this clarity in at the most primal level, breath. Because breath isn't just air. It's a code. And you're about to learn how to use it to shape reality. You breathe tens of thousands of times a day. You rarely notice it, but your body always does. Each breath sends a message. Each breath carries a frequency. And most people are unknowingly programming their reality with broken breath. Let's flip that. You're about to learn how to use quantum breathing, a practice that reprograms your field with precision, coherence, and frequency control. Here's the core principle. Your breath is your most direct tool for altering the quantum signal you send into the field. Why? Because breath impacts 3 critical systems simultaneously. Your nervous system, regulating fight/flight/freeze. Your emotional field, stabilizing mood and reactivity. Your electromagnetic signature, influencing the coherence of your heart and brain. That's 3 major signal hubs, governed by one movement. Now imagine using that movement deliberately. Let's go deeper. Every version of you breathes differently. The version of you who's stuck in fear, shallow, fast, anxious breath, mostly in the chest. The version of you who's powerful and grounded, Slow, full, rhythmic breath, anchored in the diaphragm. The version of you who can't focus? Scattered, uneven inhale patterns. The version of you who speaks clearly, moves calmly, and channels effortlessly? Coherent breath with intentional rhythm. Which means you can collapse into a new version of yourself just by changing the breath. No journaling, no thinking, no story, just rhythm. Let's introduce the practice. Quantum breath pattern, the 5-5-5-5 code. This is the base rhythm for identity tuning. Inhale 5 seconds. Hold full 5 seconds. Exhale 5 seconds. Hold empty 5 seconds. Why this pattern? Because it forces nervous system balance, activates heart-brain coherence, and slows time in the body's perception. Do it for 5 minutes. You'll feel mental chatter drop, emotional turbulence settle, vision sharpen, a sense of being instead of doing rise. But this is just baseline. Now let's get strategic. Each quantum state has its own breath code. You can choose the state, then breathe to match it. Now apply. Wake up. Before your mind tells a story, pick a code. Use it for 3 minutes. Then ask, which version of me does this breath match? Answer. Then move as that version. Decide as that version. Speak as that version. Breath becomes the bridge. Let's reinforce this with a daily ritual. Quantum signal lock, 6 minutes. Minute 1, close eyes. Set intention for who you are becoming. Minutes 2 to 5. Use the matching breath pattern. Minute 6. Speak aloud your current frequency. Example. I am breathing as the version of me who is calm and unstoppable. This ritual locks in identity through the body. Why does this work? Because breath is the only system that's both autonomic and voluntary. Which means it's the only function you can consciously control that reprograms the subconscious directly. Think about that. You don't have to think your way into the shift. You just breathe it, and the rest of your system follows. Here's what breath practice is not. It's not stress relief. It's not performance enhancement. It's identity reinstallation. It's a keyboard for the field. You don't need more answers. You need better rhythm. You've spoken the intention. You've walked the behavior. Now you breathe the frequency until the field agrees. Next, we'll apply this principle to a different layer, how you see yourself. Because if the image you hold of your body is still tied to an old timeline, no amount of change will stick. It's time to change the mirror from the inside out. Your body image is not how your body looks. It's how your field interprets your form, and that interpretation is rarely current. In fact, for most people, body image is an outdated broadcast. It's based on memories, judgments, old feedback loops, and unconscious comparisons that never got cleared. What if the way you see your body isn't even yours? Let's challenge the most basic assumption. The version of your body you're interacting with might not be the one you actually have now. Instead, it might be a memory, a distortion, a collapsed timeline still echoing through your system. Here's what's fascinating. Quantum entanglement doesn't just apply to identity or emotion. It applies to perception, which means you could be entangled with a version of yourself who once experienced shame, rejection, or fear in their body. And you're still carrying that lens. It doesn't matter if your body has changed since then. If your lens hasn't updated, the field still reads your self-view as current. So when you try to install confidence, when you try to attract aligned relationships, when you try to amplify your signal, but your body image is still tied to an unworthy self, the field reflects that. Not your intention, but your frequency. And your frequency is distorted by what you see when you see yourself. Now we rewrite it. Let's define something right now. Your body is not a shape. It's a signal, a bioenergetic broadcast made of memory, coherence, and resonance. And body image is the internal representation of that signal, not just in the mirror, but in movement, in interaction, and in thought. It's how you expect others to see you, how you feel when you take up space, how you respond to your reflection with recoil or reverence. So how do we update that internal representation? We break the entanglement with old imagery and reassign the signal consciously. Let's start with the body recode protocol. Step 1. Detect the old signal. Close your eyes. Visualize standing in front of a mirror. Notice how your body appears, not physically but energetically. Ask, does this image feel familiar or current? Is this how I feel about myself now? Or how I once learned to feel? If there's emotional charge, shame, tightness, resistance, you found the old entangled image. Name it. This is the version of me who believed about my body. Insert whatever arises. Unworthiness, disgust, invisibility, too muchness, etc. This is not you now. This is the version you've been entangled with. Step 2. Cut the cord. Now say aloud, I acknowledge this self-image as an old echo. I thank it. I release it. It no longer defines my field. Then exhale fully. Again. One more. You're clearing static from your body's mirror. Now look again. Mentally, emotionally. What new version of you is asking to appear? Let it arise. Maybe it's calm. Maybe it's powerful. Maybe it's radiant. Maybe it's grounded. There's no ideal, only resonance. That's your new image template. Step 3. Code the signal physically. Now we integrate it into your system through embodied rehearsal. Stand in front of a real mirror. Naked or clothed, your choice. Posture is key. Stand as the new version, not the old posture with new thoughts, new energy. Now say aloud, this is how my body feels when it's seen by me. Repeat until your voice matches the vibration of truth. Not just words, frequency. Then breathe. 3 slow inhales. Visualize the new image sticking to your field. Not imposed, embedded. This creates a reality overlay, a conscious rewrite of the mental image map your brain uses to regulate emotion, posture, and perception. Step 4. Speak the body into the field. Throughout your day, refer to your body in the language of resonance. Examples. This is a steady body. This is a body made for clarity. This body broadcasts grounded magnetism, not affirmations, commands. Why? Because your cells are always listening, and your energetic field adjusts based on how you narrate your form. Over time, what shifts? You stop flinching at your reflection. You stop craving external validation. You walk into spaces with magnetic neutrality. People respond to your frequency, not your shape. This isn't surface confidence. It's entangled congruence. You've brought your current self back into ownership of the body field. Now, you're ready to advance into an even deeper dimension. Time. Because all timelines exist now, and some of them are accelerating. You're about to learn how to operate in a reality where time is not linear but pliable. Welcome to Keros. Time is not what you think, and it never has been. The ticking clock, the calendar, the hourly grind. That's Kronos, the linear, mechanical time most of society lives inside. But there's another kind of time, one that doesn't tick. It pulses, it bends, it arrives, and when it does, it changes everything. The ancient Greeks called it Keros. Keros isn't about how much time you have. It's about the energy of the moment, the alignment between who you are and what reality is ready to reflect. It's not measured in minutes. It's measured in momentum. Let's translate that into quantum language. Keros is a resonant window in the field, a moment when multiple frequencies align so perfectly that timelines collapse into action with zero resistance. In Keros, you say the thing that changes everything. You meet the person that opens the next chapter. You create the idea that defines your next decade. But here's the secret. You don't wait for Keros. You tune to it. You learn how to feel the field's rhythm. You learn to stop forcing action in Kronos when Keros hasn't opened yet. And you learn to act immediately when Keros appears, because the portal doesn't stay open forever. Let's start with how to detect it. Keros has a signature. Sudden clarity after confusion. A strong now sensation in the gut. Time slows down perceptually. An action that felt hard now feels obvious. Resistance dissolves like fog lifting. Most people miss it because they're too busy trying to control Kronos. But once you train for it, Keros becomes unmistakable. Let's use this, the Keros calibration practice. Each morning, ask yourself, Where is the field already open for me today? You're not asking what needs to get done. You're asking what's already ready to unfold. Then listen. Don't fill in answers from your to-do list. Wait for a clear internal ping. Sometimes it's, today's the day to record. That conversation needs to happen. This is the window to rest. Then act. Immediately. That's the key. Keros rewards response over planning. It rewards those who are present enough to catch the wave and committed enough to ride it. Now here's the quantum principle. When you live inside Keros, you collapse time. What would normally take 6 months takes 6 minutes of aligned action, because the field is concentrated. And when energy is that focused, change moves fast. This is how you become lucky, not by accident, but by resonance with the real-time stream. Keros isn't rare. It's just ignored. People feel the moment open and hesitate. They rationalize. They push it to tomorrow. They wait for more proof. And by then, the portal is gone. So how do you live in Keros more often? You sharpen your inner ear. You stop planning your entire life in Kronos blocks. You leave space for real time, not scheduled time. Here's a powerful practice. The 90-minute Keros zone. Each day, reserve one 90-minute window, unscheduled. No tasks, no meetings, no pre-decided outcomes. Instead, you ask, what is Keros asking of me right now? Then listen and follow the thread. Over time, these sessions become hyperpotent. Your best ideas land during them. Your most accurate decisions get made. You receive guidance you couldn't have predicted. Why? Because you've finally stopped trying to control the field and started partnering with it. This isn't spiritual theory. It's temporal optimization. Living in Keros means less grind, more acceleration, fewer mistakes, deeper alignment, faster results that feel like magic to people stuck in Kronos. And perhaps most importantly, you stop wasting energy on timing that was never yours to begin with. Keros doesn't ask you to do more. It asks you to do what's ripe. That's all. From this point forward, your relationship with time can no longer be mechanical. It's resonant. And next, you'll learn how to collapse time entirely, not just live in right timing, but download timelines that haven't technically happened yet. That's not a metaphor. That's the next chapter of your evolution. You've stepped into Keros, the field of aligned timing. But you're not here to just catch waves. You're here to command them. This is where everything changes. Because once you understand that all versions of you exist now, in parallel, then growth isn't about earning your way up a ladder. It's about choosing a timeline where you've already become the thing. And when you do that with energetic precision, you collapse time. Let's break this open. You've been taught that growth is gradual, that mastery takes years, that change requires struggle. But quantum reality doesn't operate that way. In the field, timelines are already running. There's a version of you who's already done the work. They've already built the thing, healed the pattern, mastered the skill, aligned their reality. And you're not waiting to become them. You're learning to merge with their signal. This is time collapsing. And it begins with a radical shift. Stop asking how long it will take. Start asking which frequency is already doing it. You don't install the success. You install the signal. Let's bring this into form with a process you can use today. The time collapsing sequence. This method pulls a fully embodied timeline into your current experience. Not as fantasy, but as energetic alignment. Step 1. Identify the time distance goal. What's something you've mentally placed months or years away? Something that feels real but distant. Name it clearly. Examples: a 6-figure creative business, full emotional regulation under pressure, deep romantic partnership with emotional safety. Now, instead of asking how long, ask, what version of me already lives this? Let the image form, not just what they have, but how they move, how they breathe, how they carry space, what they no longer fear. That's your signal target. Step 2. Collapse Kronos, activate Keros. Remember, Kronos is the timeline of effort. Keros is the timeline of resonance. You don't bridge these with tasks. You bridge them with coherence. So breathe in the feeling of already being that version. 5 minutes. Inhale slowly. Exhale fully. No thoughts. Just the emotional signature. This isn't visualization. It's emotional anchoring. Because when the nervous system feels it as now, it starts acting like it's true. And that changes behavior. Behavior changes the field. The field shifts results. Not in months. In minutes. Step 3. Assign a signal anchor. Now that the feeling is activated, assign it a trigger. A phrase. A movement. A breath pattern. Something you can repeat in daily life to recall this frequency instantly. Examples. This is the now signal. A simple wrist touch. A unique inhale pattern. 3 short breaths plus 1 long exhale. Why? Because the mind forgets, but the body remembers triggers. Now you've created a shortcut. Each time you fire the anchor, your system starts operating as if the goal is current. And reality begins responding. That's collapsing time. Let's reinforce it. The 72-hour timeline pull. For the next 3 days, act, speak, and choose as if the collapse timeline is your only option. Not pretending, not faking, embodying. This creates what we call a density override. The signal of the new frequency becomes so dominant that your old timeline loses coherence. You'll notice sudden opportunities, unpredictable momentum, people reflecting the new version back to you, emotional shifts without effort, a deep sense of alreadiness, because you're not becoming, you're matching. And when you match a frequency with integrity, it manifests, not through forcing, but through alignment with inevitability. One note, you'll be tempted to explain, justify, or revert. Don't. The field is watching consistency, not performance. Stay congruent. Let the collapse complete. Now, you're ready to face the part of you that's still caught in the loop. Because some timelines don't collapse. They repeat. Next, you'll learn how to break the loop timelines that trap energy and install permanent shifts instead. You know the feeling. You change. You rise. You break through. And then slowly you slip back. Same thoughts. Same habits. Same emotional loops. It's not because you failed. It's because you never closed the original timeline. Every unclosed pattern becomes a loop. And loops don't care how much progress you made. They only care how well the old identity is still entangled in your field. Here's the truth. Your biggest resistance isn't random. It's structural. It comes from incomplete energetic code. You left the old version open. So when your system weakens, mentally, emotionally, physically, the loop pulls you back in. The solution isn't more motivation. It's quantum rewriting. Let's go there. What is a loop? A loop is a repeated identity pattern that runs until it's fully discharged from your field. They can be emotional. Why do I always sabotage success right before the breakthrough? Why do I attract the same type of relationship again and again? Or behavioral. Why do I always stop showing up after I gain momentum? Why do I keep circling back to overwhelm? It's not your willpower. It's your field echoing an unfinished broadcast. Let's break it. Introducing the Loop Breaker Protocol. This is not therapy. This is timeline intervention. Step 1. Name the loop. Get surgical. Don't generalize. Not I self-sabotage. Instead, when things begin working, I start avoiding the actions that got me there. Not I attract toxic people. Instead, when I express boundaries, I start accommodating again to avoid discomfort. Precision matters, because quantum rewriting requires a clear thread. Step 2. Track the source timeline. Ask, what version of me normalized this behavior as survival? Your nervous system learned it somewhere. Your identity locked it in as a shortcut. Not out of dysfunction, out of adaptation. Locate the moment. Feel it. You're not analyzing. You're connecting to the timeline that birthed the loop. Now say, I see you. I know why you chose this. But this behavior is no longer required. This unhooks the justification energy, the fuel that keeps the loop alive. Step 3. Declare timeline closure. Loops survive on open contracts. Energetic agreements that were never rewritten. Now you declare, The timeline where this pattern was necessary is now complete. I close the contract. I close the identity. I close the loop. Say it slowly, with breath, 3 times, each time louder. The field responds to vocalized certainty. Step 4. Install the new behavior code. Choose the new response. But don't just name it. Rehearse it. Example, old loop, withdrawing after failure. New code, choosing visibility after missteps. Rehearsal, visualize yourself failing again. Feel the emotion. Then rehearse staying open, posting, creating, sharing, even while uncomfortable. This creates neurological mismatch, and mismatch rewrites identity. Do this daily for 5 days. The loop weakens. The field stops referencing it as primary, and you stabilize in the shift. Step 5. Anchor the new signal. Assign a phrase or gesture to the new version. Use it anytime the loop tries to reopen. Examples. Phrase, this identity has no echo. Gesture, hand over heart plus 2 slow breaths. Action, immediate small step in new direction. This tells your system, this is where we live now. You've now rewritten the pattern, not by fighting it, not by fixing it, but by closing its timeline access. Loop ends, signal clears, reality updates. Next, we amplify this by testing the field in real time. You're about to enter a 7-day protocol that forces synchronicity, not to see what happens, but to witness your new self reflected back. Fast. You've now severed the loops. You've installed the new frequency, and the field is listening. But here's the mistake many make at this stage. They wait. They passively observe. They look for signs without stimulating signal. That's not how quantum feedback works. Synchronicity doesn't appear just because you've changed your mind. It appears when you test the field with deliberate coherence, which is exactly what this is about. You're about to run a 7-day experiment, not to hope for change, but to trigger a field response so undeniable that your new identity locks in without doubt. We call it the time experiment. It's not spiritual. It's not symbolic. It's signal mechanics, designed to generate fast feedback from your chosen timeline. Let's break this down. Why experiments work. When you repeat a thought, you train the mind. When you take consistent action, you train the body. But when you run an experiment that directly confronts your old pattern, you train the field. The quantum field is responsive, not reactive. It won't echo back casual shifts. It echoes back dominant vibration reinforced through active congruence. This 7-day protocol gives your new identity irrefutable evidence that it's real, not as belief, as lived experience. And once that happens, transformation sticks. Let's map out the challenge. The 7-day quantum feedback loop. Each day for the next 7 days, you'll perform 3 key actions. 1 act of identity, 1 reality mirror, 1 signal lock. Together, these form a quantum current that builds with compounding velocity. Let's define each. 1 act of identity. Each morning, ask, what is one thing I would do today if I were fully living as my future self? Don't overthink. The first true answer is the one. Examples. Sending the message you've been avoiding. Speaking your truth without buffering it. Making a financial move from abundance, not lack. Waking up 90 minutes earlier with calm focus. Walking into a room with deliberate presence. Then, do it. Not performatively. Not as proof. But because the real you already would. This primes the field. 2. 1 reality mirror. At the end of each day, look for 1 moment of feedback that confirms your new signal is active. This could be a conversation that felt easier, a compliment that surprised you, a sudden opportunity, a feeling of being ahead of time, a moment of synchronicity. Name it, write it down. Why? Because attention magnifies signal. And when you notice alignment, the field sends more of it. 3. 1 signal lock. Each night before bed, perform a simple ritual to anchor the frequency. Here's 1 version. Sit upright. Speak aloud. I am locking in the version of me that showed up today. Breathe slowly for 60 seconds. Feel gratitude not for what happened, but for how you showed up. This conditions your system to carry the new pattern into sleep, the most malleable state for integration. Now let's map the full week. Day 1. Calibration. Identity. Choose an action that feels small but sharp, one that says, I'm in. Mirror, watch how people react differently. Lock. Declare your entry into the experiment. Day 2. Disruption. Identity. Interrupt a known old behavior pattern with a new response. Mirror. Observe how different the energy feels in your body. Lock. Reinforce this pattern shift as the real you. Day 3. Expansion. Identity. Say something out loud today that your future self wouldn't hesitate to say. Mirror. Did you notice increased clarity or respect? Lock. Anchor your voice as power. Day 4. Magnetism. Identity. Choose presence over performance in a key interaction. Mirror. What did your silence or stillness attract? Lock. Feel the pull of your new gravity. Day 5. Reinvention. Identity. Show up in a place where people knew the old you, but bring the new frequency. Mirror, watch their faces. Notice the cognitive dissonance. Lock. Say, the new version has arrived. Day 6. Momentum. Identity. Make a choice today that bends your timeline. Something that will still matter 3 months from now. Mirror, what reality crack open because of it? Lock. Commit to riding the acceleration. Day 7. Arrival. Identity. Reflect. What is now automatic that once felt impossible? Mirror. Review all the signals from the past week. Lock. Speak aloud. This identity is now my baseline. This experiment is not about speed. It's about stabilization. You're proving to your nervous system and your field, this isn't a phase. This is home. After this, momentum doesn't fade, it becomes structure. And from here, we go to the next frontier. Now that you've hacked time and tested your signal, you'll learn how to choose timelines on purpose, not by accident. Next, we begin timeline hopping. Up until now, your shifts have followed resonance. You changed your signal. Reality responded. But now, you'll discover the next level. Not waiting, not observing, choosing. This is timeline hopping, the deliberate art of shifting from your current reality into a preferred version without external permission. And it's not philosophy, it's practice. Here's the truth most never hear. You're hopping timelines all the time. Every time you make a decision from fear or from truth. Choose chaos or coherence. Speak boldly or stay silent. You're not just altering mood, you're selecting timelines. The question isn't can you timeline hop? It's can you do it consciously? Let's build that skill. What is a timeline? A timeline is not a string of events. It's a sequence of identity states that create predictable outcomes. Here's how they work. You emit a signal, identity, emotion, belief. The field returns a reality that matches. That reality reinforces the identity. The loop continues. When you timeline hop, you interrupt that loop. You shift into a new identity which demands a new loop, and the field reorganizes around you. Not because you forced it, because you became non-compatible with the previous timeline. Let's make this practical. The timeline hop method. This 5-minute method lets you break from one reality and collapse into another on command. Step 1. Interrupt the signal. When you notice you're in a pattern that doesn't serve, anger, procrastination, fear, stand up, shake your hands out. Say, this is not my timeline. This is a pattern disruptor. It stops momentum before it builds. Step 2. Choose the new version. Ask, what version of me is already living the reality I want? Don't imagine fantasy. Drop into a felt version, someone close to now but clearer, cleaner, freer. Name one key trait they embody. That's the key. Step 3. Collapse the trait. Now breathe that trait into your system. Inhale, I am trait. Exhale, it is done. Repeat for 90 seconds. This is not affirmation. It's energetic replacement. Step 4. Take the micro action. Ask, what would this version do in the next 3 minutes? Do it. Immediately. This snaps the timeline into place. The field doesn't respond to thoughts. It responds to identity in motion. Do this 3 to 5 times per day, especially when resistance arises. You'll feel emotional momentum dissolve. New actions become easier. Unexpected shifts in results. A growing sense of quantum control. Because you're not hoping for change. You're choosing a new current. And once chosen, the old frequency can't hold you anymore. From here, timeline hopping becomes your default. You're not stuck. You're not behind. You're not working toward. You're moving. Next, we step beyond manifestation. You've aligned with results. Now you learn how to match your future with creativity and download ideas from the version of you who's already created the masterpiece. We move into quantum creativity. You've felt the shift. You've seen synchronicity bend. You've stepped across timelines with choice, not chance. Now comes the part most people misunderstand entirely. Manifestation, not wishful thinking, not vision boards, not effort disguised as intention. We're stripping away every layer of fluff and bringing manifestation back to its quantum foundation. It's not magic. It's matching. You manifest not what you want, but what you're already a vibrational match for. And your current life is absolute proof of what you've been matched to. No guilt, no shame, just signal data. So if you want to manifest something new, wealth, love, opportunity, health, peace, you don't have to hustle for it. You only have to align with the version of you that already has it. Let's rebuild your understanding of how this works, step by step. The field doesn't care what you want. You've probably noticed this. You want abundance but manifest scarcity. You want connection but repeat loneliness. You want clarity but get confusion. That's not failure. That's mismatch. Because the field is not a cosmic therapist. It's not judging, rewarding, or withholding. It's responding to signal integrity. And your signal is not your words, not your goals, not your mantras. It's your felt reality. So when your internal world says, I don't feel safe around money, I don't believe love lasts, I always mess things up, that's what the field picks up, even if your mouth is saying something else. Now here's the upgrade. You don't fix this by repeating new words. You fix it by becoming a frequency match to the reality you desire. Let's show you how. The quantum match process. This process rewires your field to emit the signal of your chosen outcome. And when that signal becomes consistent, reality conforms. Step 1. Define the desire with precision. Choose one thing. Be exact. I want more abundance is vague. Instead, I desire a monthly income of $10,000 through aligned creative work. I desire a romantic partner who supports, excites, and expands me. I desire a daily state of emotional calm, even under pressure. Name it, see it, own it. Step 2. Identify the matched version. Now ask, what version of me already lives this reality? Again, not what they have, how they feel. What do they believe is normal? What do they no longer worry about? What do they trust that you still question? This version is your vibrational model. Step 3. Extract the frequency. From that version, identify 3 emotional frequencies that define their state. Examples: trust, peace, boldness, delight, clarity, power. Write them down. These are your match points. You're not chasing the outcome anymore. You're tuning your field to feel like that version now. Step 4. Embody the frequency. Take each frequency one by one. For 90 seconds each, feel into it. Don't just say trust. Remember a time when trust was undeniable. Recall the body sensation, the breath, the posture. Lock it in. Do this daily. No exceptions. This is not manifestation practice. This quantum matching rehearsal. You're conditioning the field to recognize you as a new signal source. And when the signal is clear, it can't not respond. Why most people block manifestation? Let's be blunt. Here's why most people get inconsistent results with manifestation. They emit mixed signals. They stay in wanting instead of being. They treat alignment like a technique instead of an identity. They change their energy once and expect permanent outcomes. Here's the truth. The field responds to your baseline, not your peak, which means one high-vibe morning doesn't undo a week of fear, self-doubt, and contradiction. You have to stabilize the frequency. And the fastest way to stabilize is not to try harder. It's to make the new frequency your default. How? Through frequency stacking. Start the day with 3 minutes of quantum breathing. Move with posture that matches your desired self. Speak only from the identity that already has it. Surround yourself with cues, music, clothing, colors that reflect the outcome. Cut conversations, content, and environments that contradict your match. This is how you become the thing before it shows up. And once you do, it must arrive. Not because the universe grants it, but because reality becomes logically incompatible with your old results. You're literally no longer entangled with the you who struggled for it. You're now synchronized with the one who has it. Now you're ready for something more advanced. You've matched outcomes. Now you'll learn to match downloads, creative intelligence from the future version of you who already built what you're trying to create. You'll learn how to channel ideas, strategies, and solutions that haven't technically happened yet, and bring them here. Next, we step into quantum creativity. You've probably felt it before, a flash of genius, an idea that seemed to arrive out of nowhere, a sentence, a song, a solution that felt channeled, not constructed. That wasn't luck. That was a download, a moment when your field matched the frequency of a future version of you and pulled information across time. And now that you've stabilized quantum matching, you can access this on demand. Let's unlock entangled creativity. Creativity is not thought, it's frequency. Here's a truth most creators never hear. Your most powerful ideas do not come from your brain. They come from the field. You are a receiver, a translator, a broadcaster. Your job is not to think up ideas, it's to tune your signal to the version of you who's already created the masterpiece and let their frequency deliver it to you. Because if infinite versions of you exist, then there's one who already wrote the book, built the business, made the impact, solved the problem, delivered the keynote, healed the block. Your only job is to become entangled with that version. Let's make it real. The future download protocol. Use this method anytime you need a creative idea, a new perspective, a breakthrough solution, a next-level strategy. Step 1. Enter the portal. Sit quietly. Close your eyes. Inhale for 4. Exhale for 8. Repeat for 3 minutes. Feel yourself slowing, not zoning out, tuning in. Now ask silently, show me the version of me who already completed this. Let them appear. You're not inventing them, you're recognizing their signal. Step 2. Scan their state. Observe. What do they know that you've forgotten? How are they breathing? What emotion is dominant in their body? What have they stopped doing that you're still clinging to? Let this version teach you without words. Sometimes downloads come as emotion, other times as imagery, sometimes full sentences. Stay open. Step 3. Ask for the transfer. Say aloud or mentally. Transmit the next step clearly. Then write, type, sketch, record. Do not filter. Do not edit. This is field dictation, and you're just the channel. You may be shocked at what emerges. Sometimes it's not the answer you expected. It's better, simpler, cleaner, faster. That's the power of entangled creativity. It skips analysis and delivers aligned instruction. You didn't invent it. You remembered it. Step 4. Ground the download. Once the data has come through, anchor it in reality. Speak it aloud. Share it with someone. Act on one piece immediately. This locks it into your field. If you don't act on a download, the frequency fades, and you risk looping back into the mind. Don't let that happen. Trust what came, even if it's inconvenient, even if it doesn't make sense yet. You're being led by a version of you who sees further because they're already there. Now, creativity isn't effort. It's recall. You don't have to brainstorm. You just tune the dial. And when you do, ideas become obvious. Solutions arrive fast. And you stop forcing genius. You start receiving it. Next, we expand this into purpose itself. Because you haven't just been given ideas. You've been given a mission, and you're about to feel what that truly means. You've felt downloads. You've matched timelines. You've pulled clarity from the future. But one question still lingers. Maybe silently, maybe loudly. What's my real purpose? And here's the mistake most people make. They treat purpose like a riddle to be solved. Like a destination to be found. Like something external they haven't stumbled upon yet. But purpose isn't a path you uncover. It's a resonance you recognize. In the quantum field, purpose is not assigned, it's emitted. It's the vibrational thread that's always been present in your field. Across all timelines, across all versions, waiting for you to sync with it. Purpose doesn't arrive with applause. It arrives as a sensation, a deep inner click, a body-based certainty, not necessarily a clear job title or project scope, but a pull that doesn't leave. Let's go there. Purpose isn't a role, it's a frequency. Most people chase careers. They chase goals. They chase outcomes they think will feel like purpose. But they skip the core question. What feeling have I always chased? No matter the form. Look at your life. Every time you lit up. Every project you loved. Every moment that made time disappear. They all had a frequency in common. Maybe it was elevation, transformation, intimacy, rebellion, liberation, creation, precision, mystery. You weren't chasing things. You were chasing that feeling. That's your frequency of purpose. Not what you do, but what your field is designed to deliver. Let's extract it. The resonance recall method. This process brings your true mission into conscious awareness. Not through logic, but through alignment. Step 1. Review peak states. Think of 3 times in your life when you felt fully alive. Not just happy, lit from the inside. For each one, ask, what emotion was most dominant? What was I bringing to the moment? Not just receiving? How did I feel in my body? Write those words down. You'll notice a pattern. That pattern is your field signature. Step 2. Name your resonance. From your notes, pull the 1 to 2 most repeated energetic qualities. Examples: clarity plus elevation, truth plus disruption, healing plus connection, focus plus strategy, vision plus freedom. That's your mission blueprint. It doesn't matter if you're a coach, an engineer, an artist, or an architect. That blueprint shows up everywhere you go, when you're in alignment. Purpose isn't about what you do. It's about what comes through you effortlessly when you're home in yourself. Now let's activate it. Living from resonant purpose. Once you know your resonance, you stop asking, what job should I have? What niche should I pick? What am I here to do? And you start asking, what reality allows me to emit this frequency every day? That's the only real question. And here's the truth. You can emit your purpose in any space, if the alignment is clean. That said, you'll feel drawn toward environments that amplify your signature. If your resonance is transformation, you'll feel suffocated in maintenance roles. If it's truth, you'll implode around dishonesty. If it's elevation, you'll wither around apathy. If it's freedom, structure-heavy realities will drain you. This isn't weakness. It's signal intelligence. Your field is telling you where your purpose can be fulfilled with least resistance. Follow it. And here's where quantum entanglement makes it even more powerful. Purpose already exists in the field. There's a version of you, a timeline, where purpose is already being lived daily. It's not just fulfilling. It's magnetic. People feel it. They're pulled to you. You don't sell your purpose, you radiate it. To sync with that version, ask, what would I need to stop doing to become that version? What am I tolerating that blurs my signal? Where am I leaking energy into false identities? Then cut. Real purpose requires clean frequency. It's not about adding more. It's about removing what doesn't match. Once that's done, manifestation accelerates. Because your entire field is aligned around a single broadcast. You're not scattered. You're not chasing. You're not seeking. You're resonating. And from that resonance, reality bends. Now, you're ready to use this frequency not just to create, but to transform yourself in motion. We're stepping into goal setting that doesn't come from pressure or planning, but from signal. Next, you'll learn how to create goals that rewrite you as you pursue them. Most goal setting is broken. It's reactive. It's ego-driven. It's built around fixing problems instead of aligning with purpose. And worst of all, it reinforces your current identity instead of upgrading it. But there's a different way, quantum way, where goals aren't tasks. They're tuning forks. You don't chase them. You use them to vibrate at the frequency of your next self, and that frequency shifts your reality as you act. This is not performance strategy. It's identity engineering. Let's build the system. Why traditional goals break you. Conventional goals are often based in fear. I need to fix this. Shaped by scarcity. I don't have enough yet. Tied to timelines. By X date, I must. Identity neutral. I just need to get it done. The result? Even if you hit the goal, you often feel burnt out, disconnected, misaligned, unsure what's next. Because the goal didn't transform you. It extracted effort without shifting your signal. We flip that entirely with quantum goal setting. Quantum goals equals frequency triggers. In this system, goals are chosen not because they're impressive, but because they require you to operate from a higher version of you. They're not about the outcome. They're about who you have to become to carry the frequency that makes them inevitable. That means, if a goal doesn't stretch your signal, it's too small. If a goal doesn't excite and scare you, it's too safe. If a goal doesn't feel like future you now, it's not quantum. Let's craft one. The signal goal formula. Use this to define your next quantum-aligned goal. Step 1. Identity trigger. Ask, what's one outcome I desire that I don't feel quite ready for yet, but could become ready for fast? This is where friction becomes transformation. Step 2. Emotional anchor. Now ask, if I already had this, how would I feel on a cellular level? Write down 2 to 3 emotional states. Examples: power, peace, certainty, overflow, magnetism. These are the real goal. The outcome is just the structure. The feeling is the frequency. Step 3. Activation phrase. Craft your goal in this format. I commit to desired outcome by target time, not to prove anything, but to become the version of me who lives in emotions. Example: I commit to creating $20,000 per month through aligned work by January, not to chase validation, but to become the version of me who lives in creative overflow and ease. That's a signal goal. Now we install it into your field. How to make goals rewrite you. Once your signal goal is clear, use the 3-day shift loop to accelerate embodiment. Day 1. Immersion. Visualize the outcome as current. Feel the emotions, not the task list. Move as the version of you who's already completed it. Day 2. Activation. Take one bold action aligned with the goal version of you. Speak one truth that current you avoids. Refuse one behavior that doesn't match the frequency. Day 3. Mirror. Look for real-time feedback. Who responded differently? What shifted around you? Journal the changes and reinforce. This goal is rewriting me now. Repeat this loop weekly. It's not about hustle. It's about identity entrainment. You're not chasing a thing. You're stabilizing a signal. And when the signal is stable, the goal lands. Not as a finish line, as a reflection of your new frequency baseline. From here, you'll learn what happens when you accidentally entangle with the wrong version of yourself, and how to recognize it fast before it distorts your manifestation. You've learned to manifest through matching. You've tuned your frequency with precision. You've seen timelines respond with shocking clarity. But sometimes things still go sideways. You attract the wrong people, the wrong opportunities, the wrong outcomes. Not because you're broken, not because the field failed you, but because you unknowingly entangled with the wrong version of yourself. Let's get brutally honest. Not all manifestations are aligned. Not all signs are accurate. And not all synchronicities come from your higher self. Some come from entanglement drift, when you match a version of you that feels familiar, but isn't your expansion path. It looks like success. It smells like breakthrough, but it leaves you emotionally misaligned, energetically drained, trapped in cycles you thought you'd left behind. This is one of the most dangerous traps on the quantum path. But once you see it, you never unsee it. Let's break it open. How entanglement drift happens. Every time you act, think, or choose, you're sinking to a version of you. Some of those versions are healed, empowered, expanded, but others are fear-based, pattern repeating, rooted in old trauma identities. The problem? Sometimes the fear-based versions can still manifest results. They might build businesses, launch projects, even attract relationships, but all of it is constructed on an unstable frequency, a signal that's wired for achievement, not alignment. And when you entangle with that frequency, your manifestations arrive fast, feel empty, fade quickly, collapse under pressure. That's not quantum creation. That's quantum noise. So the question becomes, how do you know which version of you you're manifesting from? Let's build the diagnostic. The Misfire warning system. Ask these 5 questions before initiating a major manifestation. 1. Is this desire rooted in expansion or compensation? Are you moving toward a fuller expression, or trying to patch a hole in your identity? 2. Does this outcome feel emotionally clean or energetically anxious? Are you calm, open, and excited, or urgent, obsessed, and contracted? 3. Would I want this if no one ever knew I had it? If you removed the audience, would you still care? 4. Is this goal in harmony with my purpose frequency? Does it align with the resonance we discovered? 5. Does this version of me feel like a remembering or a performance? Does it feel like coming home or wearing a mask? If you get 3 or more misaligned answers, you're manifesting from the wrong entanglement. Stop, reset, realign, because no matter how shiny the outcome, if the source signal is wrong, the result will unravel. What to do if you've already manifested the wrong thing? Let's say it already happened. You got the relationship, or the business deal, or the visibility, and now you're realizing it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel you. Here's the move. Dissolve without drama. Don't self-attack. Don't overanalyze. Don't drag it out. Instead, I return this manifestation to the version of me it belongs to. I choose again. Say it aloud. Say it with peace. You're not failing. You're course-correcting with mastery. This is what quantum creators do. They don't cling. They don't justify. They listen to the field. And if the field says, wrong signal, they pivot instantly, because they know alignment is worth more than attention. Coherence is more powerful than completion. Truth bends timelines faster than any checklist, stabilizing in the right entanglement. So now the real question: how do you stay locked into the version of you that never misfires? You set vibrational checkpoints. Every day check in. Am I making choices from wholeness or from lack? Is this version of me deeply honest or slightly performative? If I had nothing to prove, would I still take this step? If your answer aligns, you're on signal. If not, pause. You're better off in stillness than in force. Let that sink in. Because this is quantum maturity, the willingness to wait until your signal is clean, even when opportunity knocks loud. And when you master this, your manifestations become flawless. No noise, no crash, just clear, consistent outcomes that feel like you at every level. Now that you've cleaned the frequency, it's time to expand it into your relationships. Next, we explore why you attract the people you do, and how to upgrade the entanglement field of love, connection, and intimacy. You've shifted your identity. You've aligned your purpose. You've refined your manifestation signal. But there's one field you cannot quantum leap alone. Relationships. Romantic, professional, familial, friendships, mentorships. They're all part of your entanglement web, and every person in your life is either reinforcing your current timeline, pulling you into old ones, or reflecting the version of you you're becoming. Nothing is random. People don't just show up. They're pulled into your field by resonant frequency. That means You attract people who match your unresolved patterns. You repel people when your vibration shifts. You magnetize soul-level connections the moment your signal stabilizes. This isn't magic. It's entanglement physics. Let's decode it. Relationship entanglement. The basics. When two people become emotionally or energetically connected, their fields sync. And once synced, you start feeling what they feel, mirroring their behaviors, reinforcing their beliefs, sharing timelines whether they serve you or not. This is why it's so hard to break free from toxic dynamics. It's not just emotion, it's entangled signal. And if you don't consciously disengage, the loop continues. But when used intentionally, entanglement can become the fastest path to expansion. You just have to know how to tune your relationship field. Why you keep attracting certain people. Let's get honest. You're not attracting what you want. You're attracting what you are. If you're broadcasting unworthiness, you'll pull in people who confirm it. If you're faking confidence, you'll attract mirrors that expose the gap. If you're embodying wholeness, you'll call in partners who amplify it. There's no escape from this law. And that's good news. Because once you shift your signal, your relationship field resets itself. Diagnosing your current relationship entanglement. Use these questions. Who consistently drains my energy, even if I love them? Who expands my sense of possibility just by being near? What patterns do my last 3 close relationships have in common? What versions of me were those people entangled with? Don't just analyze. Feel. Your body knows. If you tense up around someone, it's not about judgment. It's about incompatible timelines. If you soften and expand, it's not luck. It's field resonance. Now let's make it practical. How to upgrade your relationship field. Step 1. Get radiantly honest. Stop pretending connections are fine if they aren't. Mediocrity is the most dangerous frequency because it doesn't trigger enough pain to force change. If a relationship doesn't feel expansive, safe, and soul-aligned, it's time to review the entanglement. Step 2. Reclaim your signal. Ask, what part of me compromised to keep this relationship alive? That's the fragment still broadcasting a lower frequency. Take it back. Not necessarily by ending the connection, but by reintegrating the part of you that split. Once you do, the dynamic either evolves naturally or falls away effortlessly. Either way, alignment wins. Step 3. Broadcast your true frequency daily. Speak your truth. Set your standards. Lead with clarity. When you do this consistently, the field begins replacing every misaligned connection with an elevated one. People feel it. They either level up or leave, and you won't need to push either outcome. What happens when you attract from expansion? When your relationships come from resonance, everything accelerates. You don't just feel supported. You feel activated. You create faster, heal deeper, expand further. Because now you're not manifesting alone. You're building with mirrors who see you as you are becoming. This is the power of entangled relationships done right. No more performing, no more dimming, no more chaos loops, just truth, frequency, co-creation. Next, you'll learn how to build soul-level bonds intentionally and how to protect those bonds with quantum coherence. You've now seen the truth. Relationships aren't random. They're fields, energetic entanglements that either anchor your expansion or distort your signal. But here's the next frontier. You can create soul-level bonds on purpose, not through performance, not through pleasing, not through effort, through coherence. Quantum bonding is the process of forming relationships based not on surface compatibility, but on field alignment, a deep, stable resonance between two self-aware, frequency-conscious people. These relationships feel different. They require no explanation. They accelerate your evolution. They hold space without weight. They mirror not just who you are, but who you're becoming. You can't fake these. You can't force them. But you can absolutely learn to create and nurture them. Let's begin. Why most connections feel off. Here's what's normal but not natural. Having to dim your light to stay connected. Managing another person's nervous system at your own expense. Performing a version of yourself to keep the peace. feeling emotionally starved even in connection. That's not intimacy. That's entanglement built on dysregulation. It means your field and theirs are in constant disharmony, not because either of you are wrong, but because the core frequency match is unstable. It shows up like attraction with tension, chemistry with chaos, love with exhaustion. And here's the catch. We're often most magnetized to people who match our unresolved patterns, not our healed identity. So if you haven't stabilized your own coherence, you'll keep drawing in relationships that mirror your fragmentation instead of your integration. That changes now. The 3 pillars of quantum bonding. True soul-level connection isn't luck. It's built on these 3 energetic pillars. 1. Personal coherence. You can't bond quantumly if your own signal is scrambled. Before seeking any deep connection, ask, am I emotionally regulated without external validation? Can I express truth without needing a reaction? Am I willing to be fully seen, even if it risks disapproval? If the answer is yes, your field is ready. If not, work there first. Coherence always starts inside. 2. Resonant invitation. Once stable, your field naturally begins broadcasting, and what it broadcasts is, here's what I'm available for. Not with words, with vibration. This isn't about being available for love or ready for partnership. It's about what your current frequency allows in. When you embody clarity, sovereignty, and emotional depth, you don't have to find the right people. You become visible to them. The wrong ones won't see you at all. The right ones will be magnetized instantly. That's resonance. 3. Shared signal practices. Once connection is made, maintaining it requires more than emotional compatibility. It requires deliberate energetic hygiene. In quantum relationships, both people regulate their nervous systems independently. Speak from signal, not story. Pause instead of project. Anchor together through shared rituals, breathwork, intention setting, space holding, silence. This creates an energetic feedback loop that amplifies coherence over time, not erodes it. That's the difference. Building the bond, a quantum ritual. Use this process with any new or evolving connection you want to deepen. Step 1. Signal sharing. Sit across from each other. Breathe in sync for 2 minutes. Then speak one at a time. The frequency I am anchoring in my life right now is, let the other witness without comment, advice, or validation. Then switch. This sets the tone. We are 2 sovereign fields, choosing coherence, not fusion. Step 2. Resonance recognition. Each person shares. What part of your signal draws me in is. What I sense we amplify in each other is. This isn't flattery. It's energetic noticing. What are you reflecting back to one another that's already inside each of you? Now it's visible. Now it's real. Step 3. The coherence commitment. Together, speak. We commit to maintaining coherence above comfort. We commit to truth over performance. We commit to growth, even when it's inconvenient. Then seal it with 30 seconds of eye contact in silence. Let your fields do the talking. This ritual is the foundation of quantum bonding. And once created, you don't just have a connection. You have a shared field. And that field can support extraordinary healing, creativity, and expansion. But not all bonds are meant to last. Next, you'll learn how to release entanglements with grace without collapse or chaos. Not every connection is meant to last. That truth is not sad. It's sacred. Because in the quantum world, endings are not failures. They're frequency completions. But if you've ever tried to walk away from someone you love, you know the pain of distorted entanglement, guilt, doubt, emotional withdrawal, identity confusion. It's not just heartbreak. It's the energetic backlash of trying to exit a shared field that no longer serves you. Most people do it badly. They ghost. They collapse. They over-explain or overstay. Why? Because they don't understand the quantum mechanics of detachment. But you're different now. You're going to learn to unentangle cleanly. Let's go there. Why separation hurts more than it should. When you bond with someone over time, your fields begin to entrain. Your nervous systems sync. Your thought patterns mirror. Your timelines interweave. You co-create a third energetic entity, the relationship field. So when it's time to exit, you're not just leaving a person. You're withdrawing energy from that field. And unless you consciously disentangle, the old energy loops back, clings to your signal, distorts your future relationships. This is why breakups, even months later, still hurt. Not because you're weak, because you never completed the entanglement. Let's fix that. The clean exit protocol. This 3-step process allows you to detach without chaos. Whether it's a partner, a friend, or any bond that no longer matches your frequency. Step 1. The signal review. Ask, what frequency brought us together? What did I learn, heal, or awaken through this entanglement? What version of me chose this connection? And is that still who I am? This allows you to separate the lesson from the loop. You take the gift, leave the rest. No story, no blame, just frequency awareness. Step 2. The declaration. Say aloud, I honor the field we created. I now release it with love and clarity. I choose coherence over comfort. I release you to your highest timeline. And I reclaim my full signal now. Feel that. Say it again if needed. This declaration severs the energetic cords gently, not violently. Tells the field, this entanglement has served its purpose. Step 3. The integration. For the next 7 days, no contact, no stalking, no storytelling, no checking in. You're not avoiding, you're stabilizing. Every time the mind wanders back, say, that signal is no longer mine. It's not suppression, it's boundary. And within 7 days, your field begins to seal. The bond fades, not with bitterness, but with breath. What happens after clean detachment? Here's what no one tells you. When you exit a connection before it collapses, you preserve the timeline potential of both people. Even if they don't understand, even if they're hurt, even if they wanted to stay. Energetic honesty is the most loving act, and the most powerful one. You leave without karmic drag. You walk away with a signal stronger than ever, and your field becomes available again for connections that match your next evolution. This is quantum integrity. This is soul-level courage. Letting go is not loss. It's making space for rightness. Next, you'll feel what it means to receive a love that already exists in your field, waiting for your full alignment. You've done the inner clearing. You've realigned your signal. You've disentangled from relationships that no longer resonate. Now comes the shift most never expect. The love you desire isn't coming. It's already here. In the quantum field, every version of you that experiences deep, sacred, aligned partnership already exists. Which means, you're not waiting for someone to arrive. You're waiting for your frequency to match the version of you who's already living it. Not in a fantasy. Not in some distant someday. In a real, emotionally safe, fully connected relationship that already exists as potential in your timeline lattice. It's not about calling it in. It's about tuning in. Let's show you how. You don't find love, you match it. This single truth reframes everything. Love doesn't respond to longing. It responds to alignment. If you're still trying to attract someone to fill a gap, you're projecting lack. And the field doesn't respond to desire. It responds to identity signal. So when your body and energy say, I am love, I am safe, I am fully expressed and emotionally nourished, the field reflects that through relationship. But when your signal says, I need someone to choose me, I hope I'm enough this time, I'll settle for 80% of what I want, you manifest mirrors of that distortion. And yes, they might look shiny. They might come with butterflies. But they always come with friction. Here's the truth. Aligned love doesn't create static. It amplifies your signal. Let's align you with the version of yourself that's already living that. Meeting the already loved version of you. Use this method to tune into the timeline where you already are in deep, conscious, soul-aligned relationship. Step 1. Breath into the future you. Sit. Close your eyes. Slow your breath to a 4-second inhale, 8-second exhale. Repeat for 3 minutes. Then ask internally, show me the version of me already in the most aligned relationship of my life. Let them appear. Feel their body. Sense their peace. Observe their energy. Step 2. Ask these questions silently. How do you feel daily in this love? What do you no longer worry about? What version of yourself did you have to become to live here? Now breathe those answers in. Don't just know them. Feel them. This is your signal to match. This is the current identity required. Step 3. Activate that identity now. Write a short identity statement. I am the version of me who is already loved, seen, chosen, and safe. I respond to life from that frequency. Say it. Post it. Repeat it not as affirmation but as signal calibration. You're not trying to believe it. You're remembering it. And that remembrance activates the entangled thread between you and the partner who already loves you now. How to know you're on the love timeline. When your signal aligns with already being loved, you'll notice. You stop chasing connection, you attract it. Emotional hunger disappears. You feel nourished internally. You naturally raise your standards, not out of defense but clarity. The people who show up reflect your expansion, not your wounds. And then, one day someone appears, not to save you, not to complete you, but to amplify the version of you you've already become. This is what most call a soulmate, but it's not metaphysical poetry. It's quantum alignment. Two coherent fields, entangled through resonance, expanding together through intentional presence. No more performing, no more confusion, just clarity, depth, peace, and power. Now, you'll see what happens when not just individuals, but entire groups of people shift together, changing the fabric of our collective timeline. You've walked the individual path. You've aligned your signal. You've formed quantum relationships that reflect your next evolution. But what if the shifts you've been making weren't just for you? What if every internal recalibration was sending a ripple through the collective field? Here's the reality. We are not isolated particles. Just like subatomic particles remain connected across distance, human consciousness is entangled. Your shifts are not private. They are field transmissions. And when enough individuals shift at once, a quantum cascade happens. Reality reshapes. Norms crumble. New paradigms emerge. This is not a metaphor. It's happening now. Let's make it visible. What is the collective field? At a quantum level, every conscious being emits a field, an energy signature shaped by thought, emotion, intention, coherence. These fields don't stay contained. They interact, interfere, co-resonate, and when enough of them sync around a shared frequency, they create a morphogenic field, a kind of energetic blueprint that starts to influence the behavior of others. You've seen this. A cultural trend shifts seemingly overnight. A meme goes viral with no promotion. A movement catches fire globally, not through logic but feeling. That's field contagion. And the same laws apply to spiritual, emotional, and energetic evolution. Are we in a quantum shift right now? Yes. And here's how you know. More people are questioning the rules they were raised in. Emotional intelligence is rising faster than institutional authority. Nervous system regulation is becoming a core skill. People are turning inward for truth, not outward for validation. Coherence is replacing chaos as a success metric. These aren't random. They're signs of a collective coherence wave forming. And if you're reading this, you're part of it, which means your alignment isn't just a personal choice. It's a contribution. How your personal signal affects the collective. Let's get specific. When you stabilize in higher frequency states like presence, gratitude, integrity, compassion, courage, peace, you emit a coherent signal that does three things. Disrupts local incoherence. Others around you begin to regulate, even if they don't understand why. Attracts others on similar frequencies. You start forming quantum clusters that accelerate change. Entrains the field to your baseline. The more you hold the signal, the more it becomes normalized in collective behavior. This is why your healing matters. Even if no one sees it, Because each act of alignment reduces the collective field of resistance. It creates energetic permission for others to rise. What collective quantum shift actually looks like. Forget the myths of utopia or chaos. A quantum collective shift feels like deep discomfort before transformation. Systems breaking because coherence is no longer optional. More synchronicity, less structure. Emotional intensity that reveals unprocessed trauma. A craving for tribe, ritual, simplicity, and truth. If you're feeling this now, you're not broken. You're ahead of schedule, and you're not meant to shift alone. Here's how to find your quantum tribe, people whose signals amplify your mission, and whose presence accelerates your timeline. Quantum co-manifestation is next. By now, you've heard it from 1,000 sources. Just meditate. They say it like it's a fix-all. A stress reliever, a way to calm down slow thoughts, gain focus. But here's what most people never realize. Meditation is not relaxation. It's signal access. It's not about quieting the mind. It's about changing the frequency of the field you inhabit. Used correctly, meditation is not a break from life. It's an entry point into new timelines, into states of consciousness that shape reality in real time. But if you treat it like a mental spa, you'll miss its power entirely. Let's unlock what meditation really is, and how to use it as a quantum portal that leads directly into your highest self's reality. The real purpose of meditation in the quantum model. Here's the truth. In quantum terms, you are not a body having thoughts. You are a field tuning itself to various forms of reality. When you meditate, you're not sitting still. You're slowing signal interference so that clearer, higher frequency signals can come through. Think of the human mind like a noisy radio stuck between stations. Meditation doesn't shut the radio off. It helps you lock onto the station where the signal is clean. And the moment that happens, you begin to perceive, feel, and respond from a version of you that lives beyond limitation. That's why after a powerful meditation, you feel lighter, clearer, synced, guided, aware of insights you didn't think up yourself. You accessed a version of you, already existing, already aligned, already in motion on another timeline. Meditation didn't calm you. It gave you field clarity. Let's go deeper. Most people meditate from the wrong state. There are 2 core reasons meditation fails. 1. They meditate from contraction. They sit down to fix themselves, to get rid of anxiety, to escape stress. But contraction-based meditation locks you into the very signal you're trying to leave. Why? Because intention shapes frequency. When you begin from a state of, I need to feel better, you're affirming with your energy, I am someone who is not well. I need something external to fix this. And the field responds, okay, that's the version you're entangled with. We'll keep reflecting it. 2. They meditate from control, trying to clear every thought, counting breaths like a task, forcing presence. This creates tension, not expansion. The signal gets tighter, and the field, instead of responding with downloads, closes its channel. Here's the shift. Stop meditating to get somewhere. Start meditating to return. Return to signal. Return to resonance. Return to who you already are under the noise. The signal-based meditation method. Let's build a new protocol. One that actually shifts your state into the version of you you're trying to live from. Step 1. Choose the identity. Before you sit, answer this. Which version of me do I want to connect with? Not an affirmation. Target signal. Example, the version of me who speaks with absolute confidence. The version of me who magnetizes aligned abundance. The version of me who trusts fully in love. That version already exists in the field. We're not creating it, we're tuning to it. Step 2. Drop into stillness without forcing silence. Sit comfortably, eyes closed. Breathe naturally. Let the thoughts come. Let them pass. You're not trying to stop the mind. You're letting the noise filter itself out. As you stay still without attachment, give this 3 to 5 minutes. When you feel a slight softening, proceed. Step 3. Engage the identity frequency. Now, ask yourself, If I were fully this version of me, what would I feel right now? Don't look for words. Let the body respond. A warmth, a buzz, a tingling in the chest or belly, a smile you didn't plan. Stay with that. Breathe into it. Let it expand for 5 to 10 minutes. This is signal transfer. You are receiving the emotional state of your future self into your nervous system now. Step 4. Ask and listen. When the frequency stabilizes, speak internally. What do you want me to know today? Then listen. Don't force an answer. Trust that whatever comes, even silence, is part of the transmission. This is how guidance from the quantum field becomes accessible without noise or fear. End with a simple statement. I am already living this version. I walk in it now. And rise. Your signal is different. The field knows it. Your reality will reflect it, often within hours. Daily practice equals signal authority. Do this every day for 14 days. Pick one identity, one frequency. Return to it until it becomes your baseline reality. This is not just personal growth. It's timeline anchoring. You are choosing which parallel version of you becomes primary. And now, you're ready to stabilize that frequency not just alone, but in coherent states that allow you to live from magic and physics at the same time. That's next. You've quieted the noise. You've tapped into the field. You've learned to sit with your future self signal. Now you're ready for something far more potent. Living in coherence. Coherence isn't a mindset. It's not being chill. It's not staying positive. Coherence is a physiological, neurological, and electromagnetic state where every part of you is synchronized. Mind, heart, breath, nervous system, electromagnetic field. And when this happens, reality bends, not in abstract ways, in measurable, observable, repeatable ways. This is where the science of quantum physics meets the experience of spiritual alignment, and your life becomes a conduit for both. Let's get precise. What is a coherence state? At its simplest, coherence is when your brainwaves are smooth and stable, your heart rhythms are rhythmic and synchronized, your breath is balanced and slow, your thoughts and emotions stop fighting each other. Your field is ordered, strong, and steady. You've felt it before, even if you didn't name it. The moment you felt deep peace without knowing why. When you were so present that everything felt like flow. When someone told you, you're glowing, and you hadn't done anything different. That's coherence. It's when your internal world is so aligned that your external world has no choice but to match it. Why coherence accelerates manifestation. The quantum field responds to stable frequency. When you're incoherent, anxious, distracted, emotionally chaotic, your signal is noisy. The field can't read it clearly. It sends back mixed results. But when you're coherent, your signal is laser-focused. Your intentions are clear, emotionally charged, physically supported by your biology, free from resistance. In this state, synchronicities spike, timelines collapse, people show up, decisions become obvious, effort decreases, results increase. Because you're not pushing against the field, you're flowing with it. This is not mystical. It's measurable, and it's trainable. How to induce a coherent state in minutes. This 5-minute protocol will shift you from chaos to coherence faster than any mindset hack. Step 1. Heart-focused breath. Close your eyes. Place your awareness in the center of your chest. Breathe in for 5 seconds, out for 5 seconds. Do this for 90 seconds. This alone stabilizes your heart rhythm, the core of coherence. Step 2. Activate elevated emotion. Now ask, what emotion would I feel if everything I wanted was already real? Choose one. Gratitude, joy, compassion, appreciation, love. Now feel it in the heart space, not with force, with memory, imagination, or sheer willingness. Amplify it for another 2 minutes. Step 3. Merge with your chosen identity. As the emotion stabilizes, think of the version of you that lives this emotion by default. See them, feel them, become them now. Repeat this phrase internally. This is my natural frequency now. That's it. You've shifted states. Your body, brain, and field are in harmony. Stay here as long as you like. Then rise and act from this space. The power of living in daily coherence. Most people visit coherence once in a while. You'll live from it. And when you do, conversations change. Decisions become effortless. People respond to you differently. You magnetize without strategy. You trust without needing proof. You are now both grounded in physics and aligned with magic. This is the state where all transformation becomes exponential. Now that you've stabilized it inside, you'll learn how to discern between true downloads from the field and the delusions that mimic them. That's next. You're coherent. You're tuned in. You're aligned with the frequency of your chosen identity. Now comes the thrilling and tricky part, receiving guidance from the field. This is what many call downloads, intuitive hits, inner knowing, divine nudges, messages from higher self. They can change everything, and they often do. But here's the danger. Not every voice inside is guidance. Not every idea that feels electric is a download. Not every whisper is truth. In quantum alignment, discernment is everything. Because the closer you get to clarity, the more subtle the distortions become. And without a way to tell signal from noise, you risk following fantasy disguised as guidance. Today, you'll master that skill. You'll learn to trust what's real, release what's false, and receive downloads you can act on with full power. Let's begin. What a true download really is. A true download is not just an idea. It is a transmission of intelligence from the quantum field that carries clarity, emotion, energy, a call to action, and most importantly, a resonance that does not need to be justified. You don't argue with a true download. You don't try to explain it. You just feel it. It lands in your system like a bell being struck, a clean tone that vibrates through your body. Here's what a true download always includes. Simplicity. It doesn't arrive with 10 caveats or what-if clauses. It's sharp, direct. Coherence. It aligns with your purpose frequency, your highest identity, and your known truths. Peace. Even if the download challenges you, it comes with a sense of grounded rightness. Activation. You feel energized by the idea, not frantic or ungrounded. Self-evidence. You don't need to defend it. You simply know. That's the hallmark. It feels remembered, not invented. Now compare that to a delusion, when it's not a download, just noise. Quantum distortion happens when the ego tries to hijack intuition, manufacture magic, chase clarity without inner alignment. It shows up as ideas that feel urgent but collapse under pressure, thoughts that sound spiritual but come from trauma, visions that pull you into fantasy without grounded action. Here's the test. If the message produces anxiety, frantic excitement, or emotional volatility, it's not a download. If it demands constant reassurance, if it doesn't survive the stillness of silence, if it contradicts the deep truths you've already received, it's noise. And the biggest danger? Noise wears costumes. Sometimes it arrives dressed as synchronicity, or a dream, or a message you want to be true. That's why you need discernment protocols. Let's create one. The download discernment method. Use this 3-part test every time you receive a signal you think might be guidance. Step 1, the frequency check. Ask, does this message raise my coherence or hijack it? Close your eyes. Breathe. Feel your body. If the idea produces calm expansion, proceed. If it tightens you, pause. Step 2, the identity alignment test. Ask, is this message coming from my highest identity signal, or from a version of me still trying to prove, earn, or escape? This is where self-honesty is everything. If it's trying to fix a wound, prove your worth, avoid discomfort, it's ego dressed up as insight. If it aligns with wholeness and expansion, you're likely dealing with a download. Step 3, the stillness echo. Now do this. Write the message down. Walk away for 10 minutes. Return, breathe deeply, and read it aloud. Does it still ring true without emotional momentum? That's your answer. True downloads deepen in stillness. Delusions dissolve. How to invite clear downloads consistently. You don't chase downloads. You create the conditions where they arrive easily. Here's how. Coherence practice it daily. No exceptions. The cleaner your field, the clearer the signal. Empty space, don't fill your day edge to edge. Leave white space. That's where the field speaks. Question seeds. Ask the field simple, aligned questions before sleep or meditation. What am I ready to know? What is mine to create? What am I not seeing clearly? Then listen. No pressure. No obsession. Just signal readiness. Sacred writing time, 10 minutes a day, pen to paper. Stream whatever comes. No editing. No censorship. This is how you tune to quantum bandwidth and begin living from real guidance. Living from download, the real work. Receiving is not the end. Integration is. Once a download arrives, your job is to act quickly before doubt hijacks it. Honor it fully, not partially. Let it reshape your reality, even if inconvenient. This is where most stop short. They want divine clarity without human commitment. But downloads only stay alive through embodied action. So when it comes, move. Speak it. Build it. Shift around it. Live the download, and the field will keep sending more. Now that your inner channel is sharp, it's time to explore how your dreams become a literal broadcast from your quantum self. You go to sleep. Your body rests. Your mind wanders. But something else happens too. Something most people never notice. You shift timelines. Every night, your conscious mind powers down. But your field doesn't. Your energy stays online. Your identity remains in motion. And in that space, beyond waking filters and daily logic, your future self speaks. Not metaphorically, not symbolically, but literally. The dreams you've dismissed as random, the fragments you forgot by breakfast, they're entangled messages, broadcasts from other versions of you that already know what you're still trying to remember. Tonight, you'll learn how to catch those transmissions, decode them, and use them to reshape your waking life. Let's open the signal line. Why dreams are quantum feedback loops. Here's what most people misunderstand. Dreams aren't hallucinations. They're vibrational interfaces. Your conscious mind works in language, logic, and time. But your energetic field? It works in symbol, frequency, and resonance. When you sleep, your brainwaves shift to theta and delta states. Exactly the frequencies that allow access to deeper field entanglement, nonlinear information, timelines beyond the current self, and contact with versions of you that have already evolved, healed, and created. So when you dream, you're not just processing your past. You're entangling with alternate nows. Some dreams are emotional release. Some are field maintenance. But the most potent ones? They're signal bursts from future selves. They show up as vivid imagery that won't let go, repetitive scenarios, symbols with electric emotional charge, conversations that feel more real than real. That's not random. That's contact. And once you recognize the pattern, you can begin having intentional conversations with your future self every single night. The 3 types of quantum dreams. Here's how to classify what your dreams are doing. 1. Signal dreams. These are messages from the quantum field that bypass the mind. They carry clarity, direction, or confirmation, often experienced as a voice saying one sentence you remember vividly, a symbol that feels important but makes no logical sense, a sensation of knowing something is about to change. Don't analyze these. Feel them. Let them settle into your system. They always reveal themselves later. 2. Timeline integration dreams. These occur when your waking self is resisting a shift. Your future self steps in during sleep to say, "Let me show you how it already exists." Examples. You dream of confidently doing the thing you fear most. You experience life after a decision you haven't yet made. You wake up in a version of reality that feels more like home than the real world. These aren't fantasy. They're reminders. The goal isn't to escape to the dream. It's to wake up and anchor it into your daily life. 3. Interference dreams. Not all dreams are pure. Sometimes, past entanglements, suppressed trauma, or unprocessed field chaos bleed into the dream state. These dreams feel frantic or unclear, include symbols of looping or chasing, rehash old relationship dynamics or fears. These are not downloads. They're feedback. They're showing you where your current waking signal is still distorted. Honor them not as truth, but as guidance to recalibrate your daytime frequency. The Night Protocol. Turning sleep into quantum communication. Want to unlock this channel intentionally? Use this nightly protocol to create a dream field of coherence and signal clarity. Step 1. Signal calibration before sleep. 30 minutes before bed. Stop input. No phone. No stimulation. Sit in stillness. Breathe into the identity of the version of you want to contact. Ask silently, future me, what do I need to see, feel, or know tonight? Then speak aloud. I invite clarity. I invite memory. I invite connection. Step 2. Set the container. Right before you sleep, place a journal beside your bed. Say to yourself, I will remember the message I'm given. This isn't suggestion. It's declaration. You're tuning your brain to retrieve what the field delivers. Step 3. Wake and record instantly. Upon waking, don't move for 60 seconds. Ask, what did I feel? Before asking, what did I see? Write without editing, even if it's fragmented, messy, or symbolic. Remember, the field speaks in frequency first, meaning second. Don't interpret, just document. You'll begin to see patterns within 7 days. Dream validation in the real world. Here's how to know a dream was real guidance. Something from the dream shows up externally within 48 hours. You feel emotionally upgraded after the dream. A decision you were struggling with becomes effortlessly clear. You reread your notes and realize, that wasn't a dream. That was memory, just from a version of me I hadn't become yet. This is quantum dreaming. You're not imagining the future. You're receiving data from it. Now that your nights are active with signal, you must learn how to carry that state into your waking life. You're becoming a quantum being in a linear world. Here's how to hold that signal. You've seen behind the curtain. You've bent timelines, shifted identity, released loops, and entangled with future selves. You know now, your thoughts aren't random. Your habits aren't fate. Your emotions aren't always yours. Your future isn't waiting. It's already vibrating. But you still live in a world that runs on clocks, calendars, spreadsheets, schedules, systems. This is the challenge. You're living quantum in a linear world. How do you stay coherent in a reality that constantly pulls you back to cause and effect thinking? How do you protect your signal without isolating yourself? How do you walk as a field-aware being in a society built on reaction? That's what you'll master now. The strain of frequency split. First, name the tension. When you awaken to the field but still move through 3D systems, you'll feel frustrated by pace, irritated by logic-based decision-making, distracted by noise, invisible when speaking to people still trapped in loops, confused when your downloads don't translate into immediate outcomes. This is frequency split. One part of you is operating from quantum coherence. Another part is asked to submit to systems built on lag, resistance, and noise. But you don't need to reject society to stay aligned. You just need field integrity. Let's build it, anchoring quantum awareness into daily life. The key is to stop compartmentalizing coherence. You're not coherent only during meditation. You don't access quantum only in dreams. You are the field. Here's how to live that. 1. Use time as a tool, not a cage. Yes, time appears linear, but your relationship to it is quantum. So instead of being bound by urgency, ask, which version of me do I want to act from right now? Every task becomes a signal choice. Even grocery shopping. Don't wait for aligned moments. Make the moment aligned. 2. Speak from the field even when others don't. Not everyone understands what you now know, But that doesn't mean you dilute your signal. Instead of explaining the field, embody it. When someone's reactive, you remain clear. When someone doubts, you remain steady. When someone questions your vision, you speak it with calm certainty. You become evidence, not explanation. 3. Maintain microcoherence throughout the day. Every hour, pause. 3 breaths. Drop into the heart. Ask, am I in sync with the version of me that I woke up to become today? If not, realign. This is how you hold the thread, even when pulled by noise. The identity integration practice. To fully live as a quantum being, you must seal the new identity into your biology. Here's how. Each morning, stand in front of a mirror. Breathe slowly for 60 seconds. Look into your own eyes and say, I walk today as the version of me that already exists. Every action confirms it. Every word reflects it. Every moment realigns it. I do not wait. I am. Then step away. Act from that. Reality doesn't shift because you wait for it. It shifts because you prove the shift with your presence. Your signal is now your legacy. People around you may not understand your evolution. That's okay. They'll feel it. They'll resonate or repel. They'll shift or exit. But your job now isn't to convince, fix, or perform. It's to remain tuned. You're not walking through life hoping to remember who you are. You're walking through life as the anchor of that knowing. You are the bridge between timelines, the living edge of transformation, and soon you'll test that mastery through your 21-day entanglement challenge. It's time to live quantum like never before. You've studied the field. You've altered your signal. You've spoken with your future self. You've decoded dreams. You've navigated timelines. Now it's time to stop learning and start living. You're not here to be a collector of quantum insights. You're here to become a living transmission of the reality you choose. And the fastest way to anchor a new timeline? Embodied repetition. That's why this knowledge isn't theory. It's challenge. You'll now enter a 21-day field immersion designed to stabilize the version of you that already exists and entangle your present reality with that version permanently. This is not a practice of trying. This is the proving ground. Let's begin. The challenge premise. Identity must be rehearsed. You've felt your future self. You've seen flashes of the version of you who feels whole, moves with clarity, lives in love, creates with ease, speaks with power, but flashes fade unless stabilized. Why? Because the subconscious doesn't update through insight, it updates through repetition of state. Each time you act from your new identity, you send your nervous system the message, this is who I am now. And once your biology agrees, your reality follows. The challenge is simple. Live as your future self for 21 days, without breaking the signal. How the challenge works. This isn't about doing more. It's about being more intentional with what you already do, but doing it from the field-matched identity. Every day, for 21 days, you'll follow 4 key calibrators. 1. Morning quantum lock-in, 10 minutes. Before the day pulls you back into old timelines. Breathe deeply. See your future self in your mind. Feel their energy. Speak out loud. I choose to live today as the version of me who already exists. My choices, my responses, and my energy reflect that now. This sets your frequency. Do it before you check your phone. 2. Hourly mini recalibrations. 1 minute. Set a reminder every hour. When it goes off, pause. Breathe into your heart. Ask, am I acting like the version of me who already has what I want? If yes, keep going. If not, shift, without guilt. You're not chasing perfection. You're training signal consistency. 3. Evening integration journal. 10 minutes. Before bed, write 3 choices you made from the new identity. Write 1 moment you lost the signal and what you'll do differently. Write 1 insight you received from the field, even if subtle. This reinforces awareness and grounds the shift neurologically. 4. Weekly quantum ritual. 1 hour, once per week. Choose 1 day per week to meditate deeply. Enter coherence. Ask your future self, what do I need to see now? Then journal their response as them, not as you. This becomes your weekly transmission, a direct line to stay on track. The challenge rules and why they matter. To make this real, here are your only rules. No identity switching midday. If you fall off, recalibrate before continuing. No complaining. Your words are frequency stabilizers. No trying energy, only choosing. If you miss a day, start the challenge over. Not as punishment, but as pattern reset. This isn't discipline for its own sake. It's field integrity. The version of you that already has what you want, they already follow this rhythm. You're just syncing to it now. What you'll experience in 21 days. If you hold this challenge fully, here's what to expect. Synchronicities become constant. People shift around you, some disappear, others appear instantly. Energy spikes. Old desires fade, replaced by clearer missions. Time distorts, you'll do more in less time. Downloads increase. Resistance decreases. Reality bends fast. Not through magic, through consistency of signal. Because once the field believes you've become the new version, it starts rearranging the world around you to match. Now that you've stabilized a new identity, you'll learn to lock it in with physical anchors. Next, you'll discover how to use the power of quantum anchors that instantly realign you. You've been shifting internally, practicing coherence, reinforcing identity, living the challenge. But sometimes, one word, one message, one unexpected twist, and the whole signal collapses. You fall out of coherence. You forget who you were becoming. You react from old scripts. It happens to everyone. But the most powerful quantum navigators do something different. They install anchors. Anchors are conscious triggers placed throughout your day, environment, or habits that instantly pull you back into alignment. They are shortcuts to signal recovery. They help you collapse doubt in seconds, not days. Today, you'll build your set of quantum anchors, so your identity shift stops being fragile and starts being inevitable. What is a quantum anchor? A quantum anchor is any object, action, phrase, or symbol that carries a specific energetic charge, one tied directly to the identity you are stabilizing. When used intentionally, it activates your nervous system, emotion, and memory to lock you back into the timeline you've chosen. It's not about motivation. It's about signal override. Anchors don't work because they're magical. They work because your body remembers associations. Your mind responds to ritual. The field reads consistency. That's why a single breath, a simple phrase, or a ring on your finger can become a gateway back into your power. Let's build them now. The 4 types of anchors you need. To fully stabilize your signal, create anchors in each of these categories. 1. Sensory anchor. Use one of your 5 senses to create a trigger. Examples: a scent you only wear when acting as your future self. A playlist you associate only with coherence and creation. A textured object, ring, bracelet, you touch to remember identity. A candle you light before quantum journaling. Every time your body encounters it, you shift without thinking. 2. Phrase anchor. Create one sentence that instantly reactivates your signal. Examples: this is who I am now. Collapse the wave. She already exists. I just align. I'm not asking. I'm remembering. Use it aloud. Whisper it if needed. Repeat until the version of you you're calling forward shows up. 3. Environment anchor. Shift your space to reflect your frequency. Examples: rearranging your room to match the future you's taste. Adding vision artifacts, quotes, objects, lighting that reflect coherence. Having one quantum corner in your home just for field work. Placing reminders in hidden spots you'll randomly find. Let your environment become a mirror, not of where you are, but of where you're going. 4. Micro-behavior anchor. Anchor identity through small rituals. Examples: adjusting posture every time you feel self-doubt. Touching your heart before speaking in difficult moments. Breathing in power before entering any room. Tapping your wrist and stating aligned before opening your phone. These aren't superstitions. They're pattern interrupts. They train your biology to choose coherence faster than your mind can doubt. How to install and train your anchors. Don't use all at once. Choose one from each category. Then, practice them consciously every day for 7 days. Use them even when you feel fine to reinforce pattern. Track which ones create the fastest shifts. Refine over time, your signal will evolve so your anchors can too. You'll notice something wild. These anchors build their own charge. Over time, you won't even need to believe in them. Your system will respond automatically. That's when the shift becomes unbreakable. You're no longer hoping to stay aligned. You're hardwired for it. Next, you'll learn how even your environment is entangled with your identity, and how to upgrade your space to amplify the field. You've built coherence inside. You've installed anchors. You're tracking the field. But if your external world still reflects an old self, then no matter how aligned you feel for a moment, your space will pull you back into the past version of you. Why? Because your environment is entangled with your identity. Everything around you, your home, your phone, your clothes, your car, your workspace, is not neutral. It's a field, a constantly broadcasting frequency loop. And if that frequency doesn't match your chosen identity, you'll fight invisible resistance every day. Today, you'll shift that. You'll learn how to turn your environment into a quantum ally, a landscape of reminders, reinforcements, and reality mirrors that constantly anchor your new self into physical form. Let's start with the first truth. Your environment is always programming you. Walk into a messy room, and what happens? Your nervous system constricts. Your mind scatters. Your signal fragments. Not because you're weak, because your surroundings are data. Now ask yourself, does my environment reflect the version of me I'm becoming? Or does it reflect the version of you who tolerated clutter? The one who waited to feel worthy of nice things? The one who postponed beauty, ritual, and sacredness until later? Here's the truth. Your space speaks louder than your intentions. And right now, it may be keeping you entangled with timelines you've already outgrown. That ends today. The 3 levels of environmental entanglement. To fully shift your environment, you need to audit all 3 levels. 1. Visual triggers. What you see the most becomes who you feel like the most. Audit. Wall art, is it generic? Or does it inspire? Desk items, are they cluttered or curated? Mirrors, do they reflect beauty or self-judgment? Books and media, are they reinforcing your current frequency? Create a visual altar, even a single shelf with identity-charged items. A no-chaos zone. One spot always clean, clear, sacred. Field-aligned affirmations or imagery visible from your bed or desk. 2. Energetic residue. Every object holds history. Your clothes, your furniture, your tech devices all store emotional echo. Audit. Do any items belong to old versions of you or past relationships? Are you using things that make you feel small, stuck, or unseen? Are you keeping just-in-case clutter out of fear? Clear. Donate, delete, burn, release. Not as a productivity hack, but as a field recalibration. What stays should only stay because it amplifies your chosen frequency. 3. Behavioral fields. Your environment is not just what you see, it's what you do there. Audit. Where do you scroll mindlessly? Where do you unconsciously self-soothe? Which chairs, rooms, or corners are linked to procrastination, shame, or anxiety? Create new field associations. Sit somewhere new when journaling. Light a candle before work to mark intention. Use scent, light, or music to shift a room's frequency before action. These shifts tell the field, this is not just where I live. This is who I am. Redesigning for resonance. Now that you've cleared, it's time to rebuild. But don't wait for perfect. Start with these 4 quick wins. 1. Quantum shelf. Designate one physical space, small or large, dedicated to your future identity. Include an object that symbolizes your future self, a written declaration of who you are becoming, a scent, sound, or texture that evokes presence. A photo, vision, or artifact from a timeline you're claiming. Return to this space daily, even if just for 30 seconds. It becomes your identity anchor point. 2. Digital detox field. Your devices are part of your field. Delete apps that entangle you with past patterns. Conversations that drain coherence. Visual clutter from your home screen. Install quantum wallpapers with intention-coded imagery. Notes to self as your lock screen. Playlists tuned to coherent states. Your phone should be a timeline amplifier, not a leak. 3. Clothing as frequency wear. Clothes aren't just fashion. They're identity activators. Stop saving your best for special moments. Wear the version of you who already lives your dream life now. Ask, would the most magnetic version of me wear this today? If not, shift. You're not dressing for others. You're aligning your biology with your timeline. 4. Space for silence. Every powerful field has stillness at its core. Create one space, no matter how small, where silence is sacred. No distractions. No noise. Just presence. This is your download zone. The law of field congruence. As your environment changes, you'll notice something strange. You feel less tolerant of people, habits, and thoughts that don't match the frequency of your space. Good. That means your environment is rewriting your field identity. It's helping you say no with ease, make faster decisions, hold boundaries without effort, walk into the world already tuned. The field responds to consistency. So when your physical space matches your internal evolution, synchronicity accelerates. Reality begins to feel inevitable. And now that your space reflects your shift, you're ready to meet the strangest mirror of all, yourself. Next, you'll discover the quantum mirror ritual that reveals which version of you you're currently entangled with. You've shifted your identity. You've aligned your space. You're living the signal. But there's one test that never lies. It's not philosophical. It's not spiritual. It's not metaphorical. It's physical. It's the moment you look in the mirror and ask, which version of me am I actually entangled with right now? Not who you want to be, not who you were yesterday, not who you're trying to perform as, but right now, this instant, who's looking back? Today, you'll perform a powerful identity reflection ritual. It's simple, it's direct, and it will show you exactly how far you've shifted or how far you haven't. Because the mirror doesn't lie. It reveals your current signal embodiment. Let's get into it. Why the mirror is a quantum device. You've looked in the mirror thousands of times. You've judged, posed, adjusted, smiled, frowned, but rarely have you seen. Here's what the quantum mirror reveals. Identity coherence, emotional residue, field signal leakage, subconscious entanglement, the gap between your chosen frequency and your current state. This isn't a metaphor. The mirror is a biofeedback tool that reflects not just your face, but the truth of your alignment. And when you know how to use it, you can collapse misalignment in seconds. The quantum mirror test, step by step. Step 1. Set the container. Choose a mirror in a private space. No music, no distractions. Stand or sit facing it at eye level. Dim the lights slightly. Breathe slowly for 1 full minute. This isn't about appearance. It's about energetic resonance. Step 2. Meet the eyes. Look into your own eyes. Not your skin. Not your hair. Not your posture. Just the eyes. Hold that gaze. No judgment. No fidgeting. No adjusting. This is a conversation with the field. Step 3. Ask these 3 quantum questions. Silently or aloud ask, who am I being right now? What identity is broadcasting through this face? Is this the version of me that creates the reality I desire? Hold the gaze after each one. Let the answers rise not from thought but from frequency. You'll feel it before you know it. Step 4. Watch the signal shift. Now speak your chosen identity out loud. I am the version of me who Choose one phrase that embodies your future self's traits. Clarity, power, presence, love. Repeat it slowly. Then look again. You'll notice it Your posture adjusts. Your eyes soften or sharpen. Your breath slows. The field clicks. This is entanglement realignment in real time. Why this works? The mirror creates an instant loop of input, what you say and intend; reflection, what your field reveals back; feedback, what your system adjusts. When done consciously, it becomes an amplifier of coherence. You'll feel emotional residue releasing, false identities collapsing, future self-alignment stabilizing. Because when your physical body sees your field truth reflected, it sinks. This is embodiment. How to use this ritual strategically. Use this test every morning to begin the day in your chosen identity. Anytime you feel triggered, anxious, scattered, before a decision that matters, after a failure or field contraction, when you need clarity fast, and especially after you shift your environment, goals, relationships, or intentions. This becomes your truth recalibrator. And the more often you face your field, the more automatic your entanglement becomes. Don't fear what you see. Some days the eyes won't lie. You'll see the old version still clinging, the fear still flickering, the unintegrated energy. Don't shame that. Use it. Say, I see the one who survived. Now I choose to become the one who creates. This compassion is coherence. You're not fixing yourself in the mirror. You're remembering yourself. Now that you can see the version of you you're currently entangled with, you're ready to co-create your next reality with others. Next, we step into quantum collective manifestation. You've mastered self-alignment. You've rewritten your timeline. You've held the signal. But now it's time to go further. Because you were never meant to do this alone. In the quantum field, reality doesn't just bend for individuals. It bends faster when multiple coherent beings entangle their signals intentionally. This is the lost art of co-manifestation. Not group affirmations, not shared goals, not forced accountability, but deep resonance between people who've stabilized their identity and now choose to align their fields around a shared frequency. This isn't community. This is field acceleration through entangled tribe. And you're about to learn how to activate it. Why groups change reality faster. Quantum systems amplify when coherent patterns interact. That means two or more aligned beings, holding the same frequency, at the same time, with the same clarity, create a field fusion. The result? Faster manifestation, greater downloads, exponential synchronicity, increased resilience, sharper signal feedback. This is why certain conversations feel like liftoff. Some groups feel like vortexes. Others feel draining, no matter how loving. It's all about field coherence. How to find your quantum tribe. Not everyone is ready for co-manifestation. You're not looking for people who agree with you. You're looking for people who are committed to signal clarity, willing to live their identity, not just speak it, emotionally self-regulating, creatively alive, frequency conscious. You'll know them by how they feel. Being near them feels like breathing easier, time speeding up, ideas landing, truth getting sharper, peace being natural, not forced. Once you find even one person who matches your signal, you can begin the co-creation, the quantum co-manifestation protocol. Here's how to use your tribe for timeline amplification. Step 1. Share identity first, goals second. Skip, what do you want? Start with, here's who I'm becoming. Here's the version of me I'm stabilizing. Why? Because outcomes follow identity. You're not matching desires. You're matching frequency states. Step 2. Create a shared field. Set a time to sit together, virtually or physically. Drop into breath. Synchronize your heart rate. Speak aloud. We entangle this space with the timeline we now choose. Then, together, visualize your outcomes as already happening. Feel the identity of already having it. Speak one sentence from that version of you. Hold the field for 5 to 10 minutes. Then release. Step 3. Act from that field, separately but coherently. Each person then takes aligned action from that identity. anchors through daily habits, checks in weekly not for accountability, but to sync frequencies. The power isn't in the chat. It's in the shared signal. What you'll see happen. Once co-manifestation becomes part of your ecosystem, projects that stalled suddenly accelerate. Opportunities find you without outreach. Ideas flow between group members in perfect timing. Energy remains high, even through chaos. The group becomes a new field organism, its own identity. This is what tribes used to be. Not survival alliances, but field resonance collectives. And it's what we're returning to now. Because entanglement doesn't stop with self. It's exponential. Now that you've created your collective timeline, it's time to rest, stabilize, and prepare for long-term coherence. Next, you'll learn how to prevent expansion burnout and stay aligned without crashing. You've shifted timelines. You've collapsed loops. You've installed anchors. You've built coherence. And now you're exhausted. But it's not the kind of tired sleep can fix. It's not laziness. It's not weakness. It's not self-sabotage. It's quantum burnout. A deep cellular fatigue that hits after rapid identity expansion, when your system is still catching up to the version of you that has already changed. And if you don't understand it, you'll mislabel it. You'll try to push through. You'll fall back into old patterns to cope. Today, you'll learn how to rest the quantum way. Not to pause your progress, but to protect and integrate it. Because burnout isn't a block. It's a signal. Your body is trying to stabilize the timeline you just entered. Let's decode it. Why burnout happens after big expansion. Every time you shift identity, you create a gap between your new field frequency and your nervous system's historical programming. That gap creates fatigue, emotional volatility, sudden disinterest in what excited you yesterday, resistance to daily practices that used to work, a sense of, why does this feel harder now? Here's why. You've been running at a frequency your biology hasn't fully anchored yet. Like plugging a 220V appliance into a 110V outlet. There's charge, but not sustainability. This is why quantum growth requires quantum recovery. Not more naps. Not more productivity hacks. But intelligent, energetic decompression. The 3 types of quantum fatigue. 1. Integration fatigue. Symptoms: vivid dreams, physical heaviness, a desire to be alone, emotional fog. This means your subconscious is doing heavy rewiring work. Don't override it. Create space. Journal softly. Avoid input. Your inner system is updating its baseline frequency. 2. Detox fatigue. Symptoms: emotional waves, random irritability, memory resurfacing, need for stillness after social contact. This is your field shedding old entanglements. Let it. Use salt baths, walks, silence. Speak less. Feel more. Breathe through, not over. 3. Resistance fatigue. Symptoms: doubt returns, desire to abandon all routines, fantasies of starting over. Nothing works anymore thoughts. This is not truth. It's your old identity trying to reassert itself. As a protection mechanism, don't fight it. Observe it. And gently reaffirm, I've already shifted. This is just residue. How to rest quantumly, not passively. Rest isn't absence of activity. It's active coherence recovery. Here's how. 1. Micro-rest moments. Every hour, take 3 breaths. Not deep, not forced, just aware. This slows the momentum of chaos and invites field recalibration. 2. Scheduled nothingness. 1 block per day, at least 30 minutes. No input, no output, no journaling, reading, scrolling. Just you. In a chair. In silence. This is not laziness. This is field integrity repair. 3. Light ritual instead of heavy routine. During burnout phases, drop intensity. Keep it light. Keep it sacred. Instead of hour-long meditations, do 1 affirmation whispered slowly. A 3-minute coherence breath. Writing 1 sentence from your future self. Lighting a candle and simply sitting. What matters is consistency, not duration. Signs your system is restabilizing. You'll know your rest is working when thoughts become crisp again. Your body feels spacious, not heavy. Creative ideas return naturally. Synchronicities start flowing. You feel emotionally grounded without effort. This is your system locking in the identity you expanded into. And once that stabilizes, the next level becomes accessible. So don't fear the stillness. Stillness is how your biology says, "Thank you for letting me catch up." Now that you know how to rest without regression, let's talk about the biggest threat to your shift: entanglement decay. Next, you'll learn how to maintain your signal for years, not days. You've done everything right. You shifted your thoughts. You aligned your habits. You reprogrammed your body. You even survived burnout. But 3 weeks later, you feel off. Not terrible, just disconnected, uncertain, less electric, less sharp. This is not failure. It's not sabotage. It's not backsliding. It's entanglement decay, a natural field phenomenon where, over time, your coherence weakens without reinforcement, and you slowly begin to reattune to older frequencies, habits, and timelines. It's subtle, it's sneaky, and if you don't catch it early, you'll wake up 6 months from now wondering, what happened to that version of me I worked so hard to become? Today, you'll learn how to sustain your entanglement and keep your signal clear for life. Let's start with the core truth. Identity must be reaffirmed or it fades. Entanglement is not permanent by default. It's energetic memory. If you don't rehearse it, your field forgets. You fall back into emotional baselines from the past. Mental loops you thought were gone, attracting people and opportunities that no longer match your frequency. And the worst part? You start doubting whether the shift ever happened. Here's your reminder. It did. It was real. You just need to refresh the connection. The 4 causes of entanglement decay. 1. Over-input. Too much consuming. Not enough creating. You drown in data. You forget your signal. Fix. Go silent for 24 hours every week. Reconnect to self-originated thought. 2. Unconscious environment drift. Your surroundings slowly revert, and pull your identity with them. Fix. Audit your space weekly. Keep it calibrated to your chosen self. 3. Neglecting ritual. You skip coherence practices. Not intentionally, just life happens. Fix. Never skip the minimum effective ritual. Even 3 minutes a day holds the thread. 4. Old entanglements rebooting. People, habits, or thoughts you've released return. Not to test you, just to find out if your frequency really changed. Fix. Release again. Without guilt. Without stories. The reentanglement protocol. Here's how to refresh your signal fast. Step 1. Quantum memory download. Sit. Breathe. Close your eyes. Remember one moment where you felt fully aligned. Don't think it. Feel it. Where were you? What were you wearing? What were you believing about yourself? Let it flood your system. This is timeline memory recall. It restores the thread. Step 2. Identity statement reaffirmation. Speak aloud. I've never lost it. I only paused it. I remember who I am. I choose to remember again. Say it until it feels like you're back. Step 3. Anchor the day. Before bed, write 3 actions from today that aligned with your chosen identity. 1 area you notice drift. 1 sentence you'll live tomorrow that proves the shift is still alive. This isn't review. It's reentanglement. The final practice. The weekly mirror. Once a week, sit in front of the mirror. Gaze at yourself. Ask, who have I become this week? Don't answer with logic. Let the field speak. This is your long-term coherence tracker. When you install this rhythm, your shifts no longer fade. They compound. They crystallize. They become unshakable. And that's when your timeline becomes legacy level. Next, you'll learn how to anchor your shift not just for your life, but for generations to come. You've shifted timelines for yourself. You've stabilized your signal. You've prevented entanglement decay. You've burned the old scripts. But now comes the deeper question. What happens to the field after you're gone? Because quantum change, true identity level expansion, doesn't stop with you. Your frequency creates ripples. It echoes into others, into places, into future versions of people you'll never meet. You're not just entangled with future you. You're entangled with future lineages. Your energetic signature becomes part of what's possible for those who follow. That's why this chapter isn't about personal success. It's about field inheritance. You're about to learn how to crystallize your timeline shift so powerfully. It becomes a blueprint for the collective, a roadmap encoded into the quantum field that others can walk long after you're gone. Let's start with the truth most never realize. You're already broadcasting a legacy. Every thought you stabilize, every belief you embody, every emotional frequency you normalize is teaching the field what's real. Your children feel it. Your friends feel it. Your partner feels it. Even strangers feel it. Because humans don't learn from words. They learn from resonance. And when someone enters your field, they either shrink or they rise. So ask, what does my presence make possible for others? That's the beginning of legacy. Not what you leave behind, but what you amplify right now. Legacy is not about fame, it's about frequency lock. You don't need to write a book, build a company, or start a movement. You just need to hold a signal so consistently that others remember who they are when they're around you. Legacy means others access new possibilities just by knowing you exist. The field shifts permanently because you held a new template. Your life becomes a portal to upgraded human potential. Let go of the myth that you need to achieve something big. You already have. If you've become someone new and kept becoming, that's the hardest and most powerful work there is. Now it's time to embed it deeper, creating a quantum legacy field. Here's how to amplify your impact beyond your physical life. 1. Stabilize identity expression publicly. Don't hide your coherence. Don't soften your clarity. Speak, share, exist as the shift you've become, especially in spaces where the old field still dominates. Legacy begins when you become unshakable in public space. 2. Install artifacts in the field. These are permanent quantum breadcrumbs others can follow. Examples: a journal of your identity downloads, a single written piece that encodes your beliefs, a phrase you say so often it echoes beyond your life, a video, a voice recording, a ritual you teach your children. This is not performance. It's resonance coding. Leave clues. Others will find them. 3. Train one other coherent being. Legacy multiplies through others. Identify someone who's ready, not to be saved, but to be sharpened. Support their coherence. Even one other signal bearer can expand your impact 1,000-fold. Don't try to shift masses. Shift one with depth. The ripple will handle the rest. How to measure legacy energy. You'll know your legacy has activated when people quote you without knowing they're doing it. Children ask better questions around you. You see your past patterns not passed on. You feel more peace than pressure when you create. Others rise in your presence not because of you, but because of them. This is coherence transmission. It's the highest form of contribution. And now that your legacy signal is alive, there's only one thing left to do. Send a message to the version of you that made this all possible. It's time to speak across timelines, seal the shift, and activate your final experiment. Chapter 49. Final experiment. Record a message to your future self. 2,000 words. The work is done. The shift has stabilized. The legacy is seated. But there's one more move you must make. One last act of entangled creation that closes the loop. You've received downloads. You've followed guidance. You've journaled, shifted, recalibrated, aligned. Now it's time to speak directly to the future version of you, who already lives the highest timeline. This is not a thought exercise. This is quantum confirmation. Today you will record a message to your future self. Not to ask, not to beg, not to question, but to witness and solidify the entanglement you've already created. Because once you speak across timelines with certainty, the field responds in kind. Let's make this your final experiment. Why this works. Every word you speak carries frequency. But when you speak to your future self with clarity and resonance, you collapse the timeline gap. You say, I no longer hope. I know. I no longer chase. I recognize. I no longer wait. I remember. This message becomes a frequency lock, a signal stabilizer, a timeline marker, tells the field, this version of me is already real. I'm not asking for it. I'm claiming it. And once that's spoken, the collapse begins. How to create the message. Use your phone, or a voice recorder, or pen and paper. But do not skip this. This is your quantum stamp. Step 1. Set the scene. Sit in silence. Breathe into coherence. Picture your future self, the one who has it all. Feel them clearly in your body. Step 2. Begin the message. Speak as if you are writing to a friend you deeply respect. Use their name, your name, and begin. Hey, I see you. I know where you are. And here's what I want to say. Let it pour. Tell them what you've overcome, what you've stabilized, what you're proud of, what you know they've expanded into, what you're ready to receive. Speak it as truth. Speak it as presence. Speak it as already done. Step 3. End with a seal. Close the message with a final statement. This is the reality we're in now. I feel you. I trust you. And I am you. Pause. Let it settle. This message now lives in the field. Forever. How to use the message. You can replay it when you feel off. Re-record it when you level up. Share it with others to reinforce the signal. Let it become a field marker you return to when needed. Or you can bury it. Hide it in a time capsule. Store it in a vault. Forget it for years. And then, on a future day, open it. And realize every word became true. Not because the field did it for you, but because you became the version of you who already knew it was coming. Now only one realization remains. The final truth that changes everything. You were never entangled with your future. You are the entangled field. You made it. You've traveled across timelines. You've collapsed false identities. You've stabilized coherence. You've spoken to your future. You've seeded your legacy. And now, as the journey reaches its close, one final truth waits. Not a new hack. Not a better technique. Not another tool to add to the shelf. But the truth behind all truths. The realization that breaks every illusion. You were never becoming. You were never manifesting. You were never attracting. Because you were never separate to begin with. You are not a part of the quantum field. You are the field. This isn't a metaphor. This isn't poetic. This is physics. And it's liberation. Let's strip it all down. The illusion of separation was the final game. The ego wanted you to evolve, to grow, to level up, to climb from one state of being to another. But quantum coherence doesn't come from self-improvement. It comes from remembrance. The version of you who is healed, is powerful, is magnetic, is whole, is deeply in flow, is fully realized, was never out of reach, was never ahead of you. They were you in stillness outside of distortion. The only barrier was the illusion that you had to become. That illusion is what collapsed. The field isn't responding to you. It is you. Let this land. Every desire you manifested, you didn't summon it. You recognized it. Every person you attracted wasn't random. You were always the version of you they aligned with. Every timeline you jumped to was a timeline you had always been entangled with. You weren't shifting outcomes. You were shedding layers that blocked what already was. You weren't pulling the future toward you. You were releasing the density that kept you out of sync with it. That's why this entire series wasn't about creating something new. It was about removing interference. You now feel what's been true all along. Signs you're living as the field. This is how you know the realization has dropped into your bones. Time bends around your clarity. You no longer ask how before you act, you move and know. You feel your body, your mind, your relationships as sacred circuitry. Emotions are seen as signals, not storms. Goals feel like natural expressions of identity, not tests. Silence feels rich, not empty. You don't chase resonance. You broadcast it. You no longer live with pressure. You live with presence. Because when you realize you're the field, you stop pushing. You start amplifying. And the world rearranges in real time to reflect you. Now what? No next chapter. No final test. No urgent mission. Just this question. Now that you know you are the field, how will you live? Because this isn't the end of the story. It's the end of the forgetting. From here on, every thought, word, and act is not a request to the field. It is the field in motion. There is nothing left to become. Only alignment to remember. Only joy to broadcast. Only reality to co-create. In real time. So take a breath. Feel your cells. Feel the stillness. Feel the entire quantum web inside you. It's not somewhere else. It's you. And now, live as it. The journey doesn't continue. It radiates. You are entanglement embodied. You are reality unfolding. You are the field remembering itself. Again, again, and again. This was not a series. This was your signal switch. Now go walk your timeline. And let the universe adjust around you. Because it will. It already is. Cyclone.